All right, good morning. Welcome, commissioners. Great to see you all. Welcome to our state capitol in sunny Sacramento. Now that we've entered summer, I hope you are all getting an opportunity to relax, finishing out the school year. I know not everyone's quite done yet, so getting close, but thank you for making it up here to do this important work. So why don't we start off with our roll call. Matt, would you like to call order?
Sure. Michelle Andrus.
Here.
Mildred Brown.
Here.
Summer Harding. Havani Hayes-White.
Present.
Sarah Jocham. April Lopez.
Here.
Christina Mills.
Here.
Gloria Perez-Stewart. Gina Plate.
Here.
Kayla Rodriguez.
Here.
Kimberly Salmonson.
Here.
Barbara Schulman.
Here.
Janine Topalian.
Here.
David Tostin.
Here.
Steve Winlock.
Here.
Mike Infante. We have a quorum.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Thanks for the work setting up this meeting. You did a great job. And I just want to also welcome State Board Member Nikki Sandoval. Thank you for your work. Welcome. And our Executive Secretary, State Director Kristen Wright. Welcome. Thanks for your work. So let us start with the flag salute. Kayla, would you like to lead us? Sure. Great. Thank you. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Kayla. All right, let's jump in. A few announcements. Let me just tell you about our operations and planning meeting this morning. And as a reminder, this is an opportunity for each of our leads from our various committees to come together, talk about the agenda, make sure that we are reflective of what the previous discussions are and the previous requests are. So I just want to thank our leads. Thank you, Mildred, Kimberly, Summer, David, and thank you, Matt, for organizing us. So let's see. At the meeting, we talked about the committee meetings. We have a slight change in our agenda today. We're going to merge and come together as one committee during our committees. Instead of our standard leg and policy, we're going to come together as a policy committee and talk about, we have an agenda specific for that meeting, and we will do it together looking through the lens of both policy and leg, but as one group. So excited about that. We talked about our goal awards. So as you know, this is our meeting where we are able to connect with a school that has been the big winner of our goal award. So thank you to our goal award committee for reviewing all the various applications and coming to a final decision. So we'll do that tomorrow, and we have a luncheon, and excited to have some representatives from the leadership come downstairs and join us as well. We also will be having our officer election tomorrow. So we know that each year we elect officers to chair and vice chair of the commission. So looking forward to that tomorrow. And then we talked briefly about some various other items from the agenda for today, as well as items to be coming up in August. So thanks again for the leadership group that comes together. So it really is, the agendas you see really are a collective effort and representative of the feedback that we're getting from the various groups that we have formalized from the commission. So thank you for that. Let's see. Michelle, would you like to go over the agenda for us for the 2 days?
Sure. For both days?
Yeah, that's
Okay, great. So we're going to hear, from Shiloh and Manami about the update on the development of California's accountability system. And Jenny, Jenny Singh. California Children's Trust and Breaking Barriers is going to present a report. Then we'll have lunch. We'll have an overview of the school's collaboration grant, which is also dealing with mental health. and we'll go into our panel discussions on diploma options for students with disabilities. And then after that, we'll break into we're going to do a whole group, right? The policy and the ledge group is going to come together and discuss items on that agenda. We'll have public comment. And then when we get to the next day, we're going to have an assessment update, as often we do, and then liaison reports, state special educators report, special education directors report from Christian Wright. And then we get to the goal award, which I'm really looking forward to because the recipient is extremely exciting and deserving. Voices from the field and a report on the budget. And then finally, public comment again, and then we're done.
Fantastic. Thank you, Michelle. Commissioners, and let me just make an edit. Dr. Sandoval, if you are okay, we'd love for you to have your report, do your report today. So maybe, let's see, maybe right after lunch? Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, commissioners, questions, comments, thoughts before we jump in? No? All right, well, welcome. Let me then bring us to item number 1 on the agenda, which is the update on the development of California's accountability system. So as Michelle said, I'd like to invite Jenny, Shiloh, and Manami to the podium. And just thank you all for your willingness to stay connected to us, come to each meeting, give us the updates, and engage us on the content. So, welcome.
I'm going to do my best. Good morning. So I'm going to start, and then Jenny's going to come up and help a little bit. I'm very short, even though my shoes are high, so I'm going to put this down a little bit. So we wanted to come back today and talk to you. Jenny wanted to come back and talk, and I wanted to be part of the conversation to discuss some of the changes that we think are need to happen in some of our accountability system as we move forward to ensure that there's alignment and coherence across both the work that we do in special education and also the work that's happening in our accountability system. And so I really wanted to set the stage for why we thought these changes were important, and so to help you understand kind of the process that happens. So today we're going to be talking a little bit about how we monitor and what monitoring looks like for us in the special ed division. And then we're going to talk about how we see changes happening to the future dashboard to align with what we have to do in monitoring under IDEA. So that's going to be kind of how we work through this. We're also going to have a time for you guys to discuss, because we really want to hear any concerns or thoughts you have about this, and we want to go forward in a way that's thoughtful and takes into account people's ideas and feedback. So that's what we're going to be doing as we go forward. So for those of you who have been around a while, you remember our good friend Chris Druin. He used to come up here quite a bit and present, and he would always start off with a reading from the federal regulations. And I thought, well, when I took over as the data administrator, I would do interpretive dance. But I'm not going to be doing that for you today. Instead, I will continue along with his good tradition of doing a reading from the federal regs. So this is our requirement under IDEA to do our work in the division, which is around the state's monitoring activities. And it's about improving educational results and functional outcomes. And so when we go out and do monitoring in the way that we do it at, in the department, that's what we're looking at. We also have to ensure that public agencies, and in this instance they're talking about LEAs, so districts, county offices, and charter schools, are meeting the program requirements. Those are all those compliance elements. So there's, under the IDEA, when we are sort of tasked to do our work in the division, we are looking at both educational results and functional outcomes and the program requirements, the compliance elements. Now, we have a set of priority areas that we look at. And these are things like free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment, our exercise of general supervision, including child fine, effective monitoring, the use of resolution sessions, mediation, and a system of transition services, and to look at disproportionate representation. So this is sort of our task that we do. And so whenever we're working on processes and monitoring systems, that's what we go back to, what we look towards. And so right now, our monitoring system looks a little bit like this. We have a set of universal monitoring that we do, and that is typically our data collection and technical support that we provide to LEAs. We have a set of targeted monitoring, and that includes things like the performance indicator review, which is one of our monitoring activities, disproportionality, which is another activity, and then data identified noncompliance, which is another activity that every time I speak about I have to apologize for, because I actually developed the acronym that became DINK, and now it is its own verb. So district LEAs will say, like, I got dinked. I didn't foresee that, so I'm working on better acronyms as we move forward. Although I'm still very tied to an acronym we had a long time ago called BERTHA. That's Better Education Results Through Heightened Accountability. Didn't really take off. So beyond our targeted monitoring activities, we also have our intensive monitoring activities. And those are our comprehensive review. Those are our typically 5-day on-site with our most needy LEAs, and then significant disproportionality. So this is what our monitoring system looks like right now. And that's how we fulfill those requirements under the regulations that I just talked about. And so as you see here, what you don't see right now is stuff like dashboard or differentiated assistance or those kinds of things, because in the way our state accountability and our statewide special education monitoring aren't yet married. We're working on it, but that's the process we're going through right now. And so which entity is responsible? So under IDEA, there is a statement that says the LEA, in providing for the education of children with disabilities within its jurisdiction, must have policies, procedures, and practices and programs that are consistent. And our education code says that that entity that is responsible is the school where the parent or guardian lives. And so that's why we do all of our work for monitoring based on what's known as the district of residence, or the District of Special Education Accountability. And I'll talk about why that's a little bit different. But typically, we do everything by a District of Residence process. The only instance where that is different in terms of our accountability in special education, our monitoring special education, is when a child is attending a charter school. And in that instance, the charter school then becomes the district that is responsible for them, the LEA that is responsible for them. So, now, let's talk a little bit about why this is different sometimes for students with disabilities. So I like to have pictures, and I'm very visual, so you'll have to excuse me. But we have, where we send IDEA funds is through the District of Residence. So a student attends a school, we base that funding on the District of Residence. They go to that District of Special Education Accountability, either the charter school or the district where the child lives. But oftentimes, a child can go to a different district or charter school than the one next to their house. And so this happens a lot with charter schools. Parents opt to take their children to another charter school, or there is not the services or supports available at that school or programs, and so there is one right next door. Or there is a county office program that is able to provide a broad level of service that isn't available at the district where the child would go to school. And so what happens is the IDEA funds the district where the child lives. What happens is that that district then contracts with the neighboring district to provide the service. And so that becomes the district of service. Now, if the child is going to that school, they become the reporting LEA. This is where it gets a little bit complicated. That's why I thought pictures would be helpful. Because what happens is the child is going to that district, that LEA, and that district is reporting them in CalPADS. And so for almost all of our students, all of the general education students, it's always the district of residence or the charter school. So my son goes to the school right down the street. That's his district of residence, and it's also his reporting LEA. And same thing with the charter. If he was to go to charter school, that would be the reporting LEA. But sometimes for students with disabilities, it's different. They don't go to the school or the district that is next to their house. They go to another district, and that district is kind of like a contractor with their district of residence to provide that service and that education. But because they go to school there, that district they go to that's not near their house is the reporting LEA. And so the reason I wanted to kind of go through this process is because there is some differences when we're talking about how things are done on the dashboard versus how we do things in monitoring. So as you can see here, this is the same chart I showed before. You'll see our monitoring processes are, for the most part, by district of special education accountability. So either the district where the child lives or the charter school they attend. So that's how we do our processes. Now, what we have identified over time is that CalPADS does everything by reporting LEA, and so the dashboard is done by reporting LEA. So what happens is the accountability for those children who are really contracted to just go to that school, and their accountability lies with their district of residence, is being put inside of the school they attend, not the one that is actually responsible for them in both law and in regulation and by funding. So we are working together with Jenny, and I'm going to have Jenny come up here in a moment to talk about how we can change this. Because it really, and I tell you why this became such a clear issue for us, is that we went through the process of identifying districts for differentiated assistance through our larger accountability system in the dashboard, and we identified a number of county offices. And so we had a lot of county offices who were read on the dashboard for their student with disability student group. And when we look at that, those students really belong with their districts of residence. That's the one that's responsible. That's the one that should be doing the IEP, providing the offer of FAPE, and monitoring their progress, their outcomes, and their fun. And so that is the process of use. Something got a little bit of kickback. So that's what really kind of highlighted this issue for us, is we had all these county offices for whom really they do not have the statutory authority and responsibility for those students. So I want to have Jenny come up here and talk a little bit about some of the thoughts, processes that we have, and then we'll definitely want to give you guys some time for questions.
Shiloh, while
Yes.
Jenny's coming up, I just want to say thank you. And I remember Jenny, you brought this item to us at the last meeting, and I just want to say thank you for bringing it back and giving us the opportunity to hear more about it. And I like your visual representation. That was really helpful. So I know that it's a complex issue, and I appreciated the way that you just broke it down. So thank you for that.
So basically, if a district cannot provide the needed services for students with disabilities, they can enter into an MOU with another district, a county office of education, and a non-public school. But the entity that's responsible for the IEP, for FAPE, for all of the requirements under IDEA is still that district of residence. So do you want to talk a little bit about this? Do you want me to keep going?
Keep going.
Keep going. Okay. So we already talked about which entity is accountable for students with disabilities. The school of attendance and the district of county attendance are held accountable for all of these non-academic measures on the dashboard. So suspension, chronic absenteeism, graduation rate, and college and career indicator. So do you see how there's now this sort of almost dual accountability that's happening with children being counted at different places? So for the dashboard, suspension, chronic absenteeism, graduation rate, college and career indicator are by the reporting LEA, but our monitoring is by the district of residence. So it's almost a dual accountability system, and the children will be counted differently. And we've heard people say to us, well, the suspension happens at that district where they go to school. Why would the district of residence be held accountable for that? Well, if the child's not doing well at that school, maybe that's not the best placement, and they should rethink and relook at whether or not what they're doing is the best for the child. And so yes, the district who holds that IEP should be the one who's looking at that information. Same with chronic absenteeism and graduation rate. So do you want to talk about this? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, yes.
On the last slide, so for the non-academic,
the COE that would be providing service would be the School of Attendance, and the COE would be responsible or be held accountable for suspension, chronic absenteeism, and graduation rate, not the District of Accountability.
So that's how it's done right now. And then we'll talk a little bit, there's some differences when it comes to the academic indicator that we've split out, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But yes, for these ones, it's the county, would be the county office and the county office school who are held accountable under the current system.
So of course we can't make everything really easy. We have to make it a little more complex. So we do the academic indicator a little bit different. And we have, so what we do for the academic indicator is we hold two entities accountable when we talk about the dashboard. We hold the school accountable and we hold the LEA accountable. So we always try to hold two entities accountable for a student. That's the way the accountability system was under the former system, and that's the way it is under the current system. The only exception to that, of course, is when we're talking about charter schools, because charter schools are deemed to be their own LEAs. And that's also true with single school districts, because there's only really one entity then is held responsible. So for the academic indicator at the school level, accountability always rests with the school of attendance or the school of service. So if a student is attending the school, their academic results, and they take the test at that school, those test results will be attributed to that school. At the district or county level, accountability for the academic indicator really depends on multiple factors. So, as I said, this is for the academic indicator only. So if a student receives services from a special education school, and you know in our directory we have what we call ownership codes, and they have to have a specific code that says this is a special education school, we only serve students with disabilities at this school. Or if they're attending a non-public school, the assessment results are sent back to their district of residence or the District of Special Education Accountability. Ooh, sorry. And so those results will then be put into the Districts of Residence dashboard. Those results, again, remember, are still left at the school where the student actually received services. This rule was used in our former accountability system. It's not new. We've been doing this for a really long time. And this rule came about when we were doing the API and AYP because of the conversations we had with our colleagues in the Special Education Division. So unfortunately, we were so busy developing the dashboard that we implemented this rule, but we didn't think about the other indicators, and we should have. And so now that conversation is coming up again. So, so really important, the assessment results would not be included in the district or county of service in this situation. So for county offices, when they have their students who are students with disabilities and they're attending a school that is a special education school, those results stay at the school and they go back to the district of residence. They don't stay at the county office, except if the county office does not put in the CDS code for the District of Special Education Accountability. That is a field in CalPADS that they must go ahead and fill out. So if they don't have that filled out, or they don't have a CDS code that's accurate, meaning it's not a valid CDS code, then the results stay there. So we get calls from county offices saying, why do I have some of my kids here and, you know, we've got 200 kids and I've only got 30 kids in my academic indicator. That's because those 30 kids did not have a District of Special Education Accountability CDS code in CalPADS.
The other thing that we identified was that there was a number of students who attend districts that are not their home districts. And it wasn't at a special education school, right? It was just, we go to a school that has a program, like there's a fully inclusive, program at this school, we want our child to go there, we go there. And so those students were being counted at that school where they attended that accountability instead of their district residence. So there was a need to sort of re-examine this rule from a broader perspective.
Which brings us to this slide.
Yes.
So here's our proposed change for 2019. We want to expand the District of Special Education Accountability Rule. So currently, it is limited to those students that attend an NPS school, a non-public school, or those that attend a special education school that we have deemed so based on the school ownership code in CalPADS. So what we want to do is we want to say that the District of Special Education Accountability will be held accountable for all their students with disabilities. So those students that are at District A and they're going to a school in District B that is not a special education school based on ownership code, we want to send those results from District B back to District A. So, just for the district level accountability. Again, the results always remain at the school where the services are rendered. So at the school, they would still be held accountable for the academic indicator.
So what's not kind of nice about this is that there's almost a dual accountability, like a shared accountability between these two entities, because the school is still going to be held accountable for the practices that they implement in terms of their education, but the district will also be held, the District of Special Education Accountability. So they have to work together in some ways, because if students are doing well at that school, then they would have to, you know, the district or residents would also have to recognize that, which they should do. I know Barbara was saying they should be doing this. Yes, they should be doing this. But you know, should and does sometimes are not always the same thing. That's why we have jobs as monitors. But this is just for the academic indicator for this year. So do you want to go?
Yes. So we wanted to ease into this, and we wanted to make sure that we were able to provide some notice to districts that we were going to be having this change. So everybody knows that we are transitioning from CASEMIS to CalPADS beginning in the 2019-20 school year. CalPADS will have some reports in there that will identify the students with disabilities who are receiving services from a different LEA. So it's going to be very transparent to the districts where their students are attending, or where if they're attending a school outside of their district. So we are proposing to apply this District of Special Education Accountability Rule to all of the state indicators for the 2020 dashboard. So for the 2019 dashboard, the one that's coming, you know, this December, we'll only do this with the academic indicator, and then next year we're going to pull in all of the indicators. That way we provide sufficient notice to LEAs, and they will have those CalPADS reports for transparency purposes. So this won't be a big surprise to them.
And part of this reason was CASEMIS is not a longitudinal data system, so you can't go back to we can't go back in previous CASEMIS submissions and look how kids were identified. And LEAs can't do that either. So at the SELPA level, you can't look and see like, oh, at the SELPA next door, where do I have students? And this has happened before. We have, wait a second, this district over there accidentally put the wrong district code in, and now all these 500 students are attributed over here. So that's not something CASEMIS could do, but because CalPADS is a longitudinal data system, you could see, hey, I have a student in my district, like my district's Natomas Unified, and they have a child that goes to Sac City. I can see that. And my district of special education is still Natomas Unified. So that's kind of how it works.
So that brings us to the question we are posing to you, is for, so we want to know if you agree with these proposed changes, that we're going to do this and we're going to implement this in stages. For 2019, it will be the academic indicator. All the students with disabilities are going to be sent back to their district of residence for the academic indicator. And then for 2020, we're going to take all the students with disabilities and send them back to the district of residence for all state indicators in the dashboard. So we were hoping to give you a little bit of time for conversations among each other, to either pair up in groups of 2 or 3s and have this conversation, and then report back to us whether you agree or disagree with us, and then tell us why.
So before we do that, I would just want to open up if there were any questions that folks had about anything that we've discussed so far.
Great, thank you. Stephen, and then Christina.
You know, I'm trying to understand how this will translate actually to how this looks at our schools with our students. So could you walk me through with a student that is in one district as far as the residency, and then but they're sent to another school district for service? Where do we do the IEP? Where does that start? You know, do the districts meet on a regular basis along to make sure that these are going to help me with that, if you would?
Let me tell you exactly how it should go.
Okay.
And then I will tell you how it sometimes happens, and I think this will help rectify some of the things, the practices that are not going the way they should. So the way it should go is you have a child in your district, and you identify them as needing special education. And so you convene an IEP, you do an assessment to determine their eligibility. They're eligible. They need the IEP team determines they need a certain level of services or types of services. At your district, you say, I don't have that today. We have it, but the district next door has it. They have this wonderfully inclusive program for students with autism that I think will really help, because for us to do that, we don't have it today, and it would be really hard for us to do it now. We could probably do it maybe in a year or two. We can continue to visit, but right now, the district next door. So we will provide transportation for that child to go to that district, and we will work with them, and we will provide the funding for that child to go there. And then we will continue to work with the districts. So that's receiving the student. It's not an interdistrict transfer because it doesn't work that way. It's just for the purposes of the IEP implementation. And so what should happen is those two districts are in constant communication about how the child is doing. So they hold IEP meetings. If there's disciplinary issues, if there's behavior issues, they work together to say, is this still the right placement, or do we need to work together? So that's how it should work, and I think it does work that way in a number of places. I think there's also instances that happen where an IEP is held, we determine we don't have the program or the services the child needs, another district or county office has that, and we say, okay, this is the child, your child is going to go, this child is going to go here. And as the district or residents, they sort of relinquish some of that responsibility, or they defer it to the district or the county office. And so because they're like, we don't have access to their information in SACE, we don't look at that, the county office maybe holds the IEP. And so I think what happens now is the district of accountability, we're doing all of our monitoring by district or residents. We say, you have suspension or you have LRE, and they compare their numbers to the data that they have on the dashboard, and it doesn't match because the students are in the same places. So that's how I think it sometimes works. I think that there's other instances where it worked the way it should. I think moving to this process where we're holding the accountability at the same place at both our state accountability system and our monitoring system will help ensure that there is that shared accountability.
If the student is suspended, where is the accountability? Is it with the school that's providing the services, or is it in their residence?
So
Cool.
Right now, it is on the school where they attend and the LEA where that school is located. It does not right now, in terms of our dashboard, go back to the school, the district where they live,
Okay.
which is where it should.
And I want to make one more comment about that. Under IDEA, every district is responsible to provide the full continuum of services and placements. And this doesn't, I want to be clear that we're not saying that some districts don't have to. I think what happens is, and we see this a lot in smaller districts that share different kinds of programming, that they may have a certain kind of specialty in one district, and 2 blocks away is another district, and they might have another specialty. So they're working together collaboratively for an economies of scale purpose. But what we want to make sure of is that district that's receiving, or that LEA that's receiving those federal funds and that really has responsibility for that student, isn't sending them off somewhere and not having responsibility anymore. So it goes back to like a very foundational, who is responsible for serving the students in their district? And if you choose to use another district almost as a contractor, right? You're using another district and they may be using you too for different things, that it's still your student. And we do expect that there is that shared responsibility that if there is a lot of suspensions and that student's going to that other district for services, like Shiloh said, that may not be the appropriate placement and they may not be receiving FAPE. And so we want to make sure that district that really owns the student, that the student's district of residence or a district of accountability is the accountable folks for that student. And the same, so we want to make sure that, again, like Shiloh said, that it's consistent with how we're monitoring, because there was such a difference there was such confusion over what students were we talking about, and that comes into play with disproportionality, a lot of things. We want to make sure that it's very clear and very transparent which students are in which, counted in which way. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Christina?
Thank you, Kristen, for giving us additional details. Shiloh, I guess I have two issues. One is I'm curious to know what the district said when you told them that you were going to be bringing this up and looking into it, what their feedback was. And secondly, have you thought about long-term how if this move is to occur, how you'll hold districts accountable based on students' residency?
So I can definitely answer the first question, and I can start the second one. Kristen may jump in on that part of it. But in terms of when we told folks we would do this, county offices were appreciative because they said, well, in a lot of ways that we aren't the ones who are necessarily responsible under statute, and it makes things a little bit harder. Districts were a little bit more concerned because they had said, like, well, we don't suspend the child, like that's that school, like that's that district. We're not responsible for their daily attendance. We're not, those things. Why would we be responsible for this? And so one of the things as we've been talking about this around the state, I've noticed that a lot of people have a fear of the data and what it says, instead of saying the data shows us where we're at today and where we need to go. And so I've been telling people, don't be afraid of the data and what it says and where these children, because what happens is then, and we see this a lot, and Jenny and I both, and we've talked about this before, districts want to be like, well, we don't want that kid in our accountability. Or can we move these kids? They're hard. And so we want to move away from that. And if we go back to the statutory responsibility and say, look, the statute says you are responsible for these children. So let's start with that's what's required. And then let's look at the data holistically and say, where can we make improvements? This is your starting place. It's not something you should be afraid of.
And you will see at the district or at the school level, there's a subset of accountability system at the school level under ACSE. We are still holding the school who's delivering the services accountable. So it is kind of what Jenny talked about, that shared accountability.
Yeah. On more long term, I think one of the things I have talked before, I actually talked with the county office, and they said, well, we hold all the IEPs for all the students that come to our programs. I'm like, that probably isn't the way you should do it. I would love to see a move towards, again, that shared accountability where you have the district of residence and the district of service really partnering to look at what's best for the children. And I think fewer people have done that, and I think this will enable those conversations over the long term. That's what I would love to see, just really see those districts who are providing the service kind of like a service provider. That's how we would see it, as if you had like an NPA, and I mean, it's not the same exact thing, but really to have that shared, like, hey, this isn't working, let's try something else, or this is working, yay. That's where I would see long term. I don't know if Kristen has a more broader.
Sorry, I'm going to jump in real quick. In terms of, in following up with Christina was saying, in terms of the accountability piece, because I'm working on my PIR, and so when you mentioned it, there is really not a place where we would actually answer to that question in terms of accountability and how are we collaborating with the districts or the school sites or the county office schools where we're sending students that belong to our district of residence. So in terms of monitoring, we need to be able to have a place, if you're doing that targeting monitor, for example, in the PIR, where we have to answer to that and make sure that happens, because I was just right now emailing and texting my special ed director saying, hey, I need to make sure, we need to be proactive, because it's not about just, here's the bill, here's the MOU, here's the transportation, then we might not see you again.
Yeah.
It can't happen like that.
And that's what we would hear a lot from county offices, where they would say, well, the LEAs don't attend the IEP, or they sort of say you should hold the IEP, and then, just let
Or
us
we
know
don't get
if
invited.
issues. Yeah, or they don't invite them, and so there's just kind of like who, it should be a shared thing. I will also say this issue came up when we were starting to do PIR because we folded the dashboard indicators for suspension, graduation, and assessment into them. But all of those are based on your district of service. So the children who live in your district and go somewhere else are not included in that today.
And that might change the PIR for county offices because it'll shift the data that we're using to put people in that status.
We really see county offices, their responsibility around the court and community schools, those children. Those should be where we would see the accountability for them. There were some other questions.
Yeah, we have Barbara and then Mildred.
Okay, question. This will put more responsibility of the district of residence to make sure that the program that they've sent them to is really what is right. It will make the district of attendance take more students possibly because it's not going to be on their dashboard. So they'll be willing to work. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes. So that's one of the things we heard a lot was, well, we have this program for students, and what if they don't graduate in 4 years? What if we're working hard and we're getting them at 5 years or 6 years to graduate? Well, they don't count against this. So do I want to have that program on my thing if it's counted against me? And we don't want that. That conversation is so upsetting to me whenever I've had it with several folks. So that will help to avoid some of this because really the statutory responsibility is on the district of residence.
Thank you. Mildred.
Then I really think that the PIR form would need to be expanded because there isn't, right now the stakeholders are not non-public school providers. They're not county office. When you're in a district doing an LEA PIR, those people aren't there. It's district people. These conversations don't even come up. I facilitated like at least 6 PIR stakeholder meetings this past year, and it's not coming up.
Because they don't understand that those numbers are within their data?
Correct. And there's actually nothing in the template to discuss that. No. So, but the other is that when you're talking about some things that are systemic, particularly in regards to school climate, and you're saying that now the school district that is sending the student to the placement is now responsible, then I guess that I'm not against that level of collaboration. My concern is how much teeth will the sending district have in regards to changing the infrastructure in these classrooms where the kids are being suspended?
Well,
Pretty
I'm not
much.
sure. Well, the school is still accountable, right? So the school still has accountability related to that. The school does.
The school is
Just
so
not
there's
the-
2 levels of accountability. There's a district level accountability and there's a school level accountability. So at the school level, they'll still be where they go to school. At the district level, it'll be the other thing. Okay. But also to kind of go to your question, Mildred, we've actually heard a lot of the opposite, which is districts are saying, well, we have these students, and if they have issues now, they're going to take them all back. Like the districts are now feeling like, and we're like, if it's not working, maybe they should consider something.
No,
and so, especially for county offices. County offices are like, we're kind of a little bit concerned when we started talking about this because they said specifically that means that the districts will now start taking all their kids back. And we're like, well, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Well, I don't know if some of the districts will even have placements for some of those students. I guess my concern is the collaboration that needs to take place when you're talking about systemic change, particularly around a particular classroom where you know that for whatever reason the student is not in appropriate placement, not because of the academic instruction, but perhaps because there's not a classroom management system in place that would support that particular student. It is a major concern in regards to disproportionality, particularly in districts where you're seeing a number of students where foster youth as well as students of color are being sent out to these placements. And those teachers may not have had the cultural competence and other training that they may need in order to be able to support those students. So the districts now will have to take a stronger stance in regards to saying, how can we help you? Or, yes, the kids
Yes.
come back.
Yes.
But sometimes it's not appropriate to bring the student back because many of these students may have been involved in incidents where students may have had some disciplinary action taken against them, or may not be a safe environment because other students were involved. So it's not going to be that simple to say we'll just take the student back.
And I don't want to characterize it that way. So I don't think that is what is occurring. And disproportionality right now is done by district or residents across the board. And so there are, I think what this will do is start the conversations between those two districts. And that's what we want. And so my hope is that the response isn't, oh, let's take the kids back. It's, how do we think about this differently? We want the conversations to happen.
And really a sign of a good accountability system is a system that can really start changing the school and district system as we know it. So that is the whole point of having a really strong and accountability system, is so that conversations, it does promote conversations that will result in systemic change.
Great, thank you. So let's see, I've got another list going here. So I got David, Kayla, and then April. Let me just back up for a moment and just say I appreciate the way that you are lining up your accountability system and the monitoring system with who has that statutory responsibility for kids. We're down in the weeds where it gets a little messy, but I appreciate that overarching commitment to doing that, and I think ultimately it's the right thing to do. I want to back up just to the charter comment and the way that charters engage with this. You talked about charter schools falling into this in the same way, but for those that are LEAs for special ed. And I know that that's less than 50% of the charters. And so I'd love to, maybe not today, not right now, but eventually get to a place where all of the charters are fit into this system so that we line up that statutory responsibility and that monitoring the same way we're doing it for everybody else.
And I think, and if we want to, maybe the next time you all meet, we sit down and talk about that, because that is a much bigger conversation that requires more pictures. So I totally agree. We should definitely have that conversation. And maybe in our next meeting, we can schedule something. I will bring more pictures.
Well, it's going to be a fun one. Yeah. Okay, let's see. David, Kayla, and then April.
I too appreciate the framing. I mean, and even as Kristen was saying, everyone's responsible for a full continuum. Just because we contract out does not allow us the ability to reassign that responsibility to another entity. The question I have around the school and district accountability in the future. So in a scenario where a county office is providing a program for students with emotional disturbances, the suspension accountability would be at the district of accountability and the school of attendance?
Yes, it would. So again, a shared accountability, and that will happen in 2020 according to this plan. But yes, so there would be a shared accountability. So when you look at the school's dashboard, you would see the suspension that's associated there. But at the district level, it would go back to the district of residence or special ed accountability.
And this would be the same for the county office, special ed schools. It would be the special ed school and the district of accountability.
Yes, correct. Yes.
So those special ed schools, I mean, the accountability metrics are pretty fixed. So if I'm serving a homogeneous population, students with emotional disturbance, you might expect a more frequent suspension. So I'm just struggling with how.
Well, so some of them are in the alternate accountability. So there's that piece. But, you know, one of the things that we have been talking about, and we may bring back to you in the future, I don't think we've been working through, is this idea of these, we have, county offices have this special education school, and it's really like a lot of broad programs, right? So if you have a student that goes to your county office, it doesn't matter if they go to one little elementary school and they have a program there, or another little elementary school and go there. They're all part of this special education school. So what happens is we have, we look up on the dashboard and you see, oh my God, in this county there's 1,000 special education schools. Like, are we warehousing kids there? Yeah, and students. We have 1,000 special education students in a school. Or like, we're warehousing kids, and we go there and they're like, no, we have. There's 45 different programs we have at all these different sites. We just have them listed under one CDS code. So I think it's something we've been talking more about. I don't have a solution for you yet, but we will, and we can talk more about it in the future. But it's something I think we do want to address over time, and this will help that.
I think it is obviously a step in the right direction. Ideally, I can envision in the future where county offices and districts are having more conversations about the quality of program as opposed to always focusing on the cost in and of itself.
Exactly. Yeah, thanks for that. Kayla, then April, then Summer.
Well, it's actually David spoke to part of it, what I was going to say in terms of when this was brought up at the last meeting, I took it back to my county, and it definitely sparked a lot of conversations with our SELPA. And I saw it as a benefit, not just as an educator, but as a parent. The fact that my son now becomes a topic of conversation, and it's actually not just a number, but it's also, it's not invisible for the district of residence, even though he doesn't attend there. Yeah. Now I know that he counts, yes. and not just to me, but to the district of residence. Now they have to be held accountable. So therefore, there will be more conversations where they're going to talk, and it's systematic, like Mildred was saying, in terms of how we can make this a systemic, put it in a system where we can hold everyone accountable, and not just. I don't like to be talking about accountability as a checkoff list or a monitoring piece, but again, you have to put your money where your mouth is, and if you're going to be providing services, then you need to be speaking about those students more, and be just, continue the conversation. So definitely, I appreciate this.
Go ahead, April. Thanks, Kayla.
I don't remember that button. Thank you, and I think I definitely love the word accountability, because all of us have it in our lives and in our jobs and everything that we do, and I think that really keeps us on task. Sometimes we want to do the right thing, but being accountable is what also makes us check those correct boxes. So I don't really have a question other than I have a hard time. I think this is very positive, but I have a hard time envisioning how that IEP is going to happen, because I think many of us, including myself, have been to so many of them, more than that we want to. And so I think that when we're looking at accountability, that we really have to look at, envision how that IEP is going to happen. Typically in a classroom, the case carrier is the teacher. And so oftentimes, depending on if there's certain schools that we do have some disparities, and we have some parents that are not attending the IEPs or not being given the information. So this would really still drop through the cracks. And we have to look at that as well, because if you're looking at the districts that are responsible, how do they sit at the table and who's all there? Because sometimes you'll get an IEP and say, okay, we don't have all the team here, have the parent sign it, check mark it off. Are you okay with that? So when we look at accountability, throwing something out might be like, hey, sending a survey to all those parents in their language. How did that work for you, or how is this working for you? That may really give us some feedback on what's happening at the parent level, because we're all trying to make it happen, but they may be missing that information. And some parents don't even know there's behavioral specialists at the school to help with some of those angers that eventually end up having kids that are expelled, or
I appreciate that. That's a really good point.
Thanks for that, April. Summer, and then Havania, and then Janine.
Good morning. So I'm going to try not to just blow your data management mind with this thought, but and I don't have the slightest idea if it's at all possible, but it's just a thought I had. If we're holding the School of Residence towards the accountability of determining what is a good and effective model, or like you said, contractor for a student, would there be a way of creating some sort of time lag or factor? In other words, so let's say I believe that a student would be well served with this particular contracted agency. We send them there, and it's not immediate that we determine that there might be issues or suspension rates or non-attendance or those. That might be a 6-month, 9-month kind of a time lag. So if we're holding both entities accountable immediately, it has a negative effect on the school of residence because they need time to be able to track and watch and see if it's the right fit for that student. So I don't know if it's at all possible, but I just started thinking as you were talking that if that whole thing took place, the resident school would need some time to watch the first IEP, give it some time before they're being held accountable for multiple suspensions or attendance problems. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if it's even possible to measure things on a different timeline, but it would at least incentivize the school of residence to monitor it carefully and respond. They wouldn't be receiving a negative consequence for not responding immediately.
So the way that the data runs right now, so for the 18-19 data that's being collected right now, and all the assessments that are occurring, and all the suspension that's occurred during the 18-19 year, that's the data we will use for the next dashboard. So we don't use 19-20 data for that dashboard. So it is a little bit of a lag. It's not, so if a student had a set of suspensions in September of 2018, that's what we count towards the dashboard in 2019. So there is a little bit of a lag. I think one thing that we also encourage, and we can have more discussions about this, is for districts to be monitoring data more frequently, right? So a lot of times districts don't look at their suspension data until like the end, like June. They're like, oh, we're submitting suspension data to the state, like we should probably look at it now. And people ask me all the time, like, when should we start looking at suspension data? And my answer is the first day of school, because that's when suspensions start happening. And so, if any way that we can encourage districts of residents to be monitoring, and maybe that's part of the MOU process, is that I'm sending my students here to your district and to this school. Can I have some read-only access to their data in their student information system, so I could be monitoring on a weekly or monthly or quarterly basis how they're doing, their attendance. So I think that might help in that process.
Can I just ask a follow-up? So everyone I know monitors suspension data daily. So that's a constant thought in my mind. However, if I had a student at a different location, I probably wouldn't be monitoring that daily.
Yeah.
So I might only be monitoring that at whatever schedule I set for myself to monitor the students that are at a different location. So the devil can be in the details a little bit. And I think the sending school probably only hears about some of this stuff at an annual IEP.
Yeah.
So then you're going to say, okay, so then I'm going to make my decision not to use this contractor. And maybe they're doing great work, but I'm not going to use them because their data isn't what I'd like to see for students in my district. So there's just those little persnickety things that the data seems simple, and then in pragmatic terms, it can wreck what could be a really good program. Just because I'm not going to take the time, I'm not going to risk using it. Even though for my student it might be the greatest solution. So I don't know. There's a little bit of issues of who. I think they both should be held accountable, and I'm a firm believer in the place of residence should be the one making those choices over where they send students and monitoring carefully. But it seems like if we could create some sort of a time for a response, maybe that's a way to look at it. I don't even know if it's possible. But.
So one of the reasons we're moving towards doing this in 1920, and I think Jenny can help with this as well, is so that districts could also see the students in CalPADS reports that are being attributed to their accountability. So they could see the information for those students before it's published into the dashboard. Is that right?
Yes, you did. But I do understand that there is, we've been talking with our Alternative Schools Task Force members, and they brought up the same issues as you, that when they first get students, they may be, having attendance problems. And part of their job is to make sure that they correct those attendance problems, but they're getting held accountable for the kids as of day one. And unfortunately, there's not much we can do about that, because with chronic absenteeism, all we get is how many days they were supposed to be at school and how many days did they attend school. So we don't get data that would allow us to come up with a different methodology for that. So I do understand your concern there.
All right, Havania, Janine, Kimberly, and then we're going to break, and we're going to split into a couple of groups because we are looking to make a recommendation, right? They're coming to us asking for a recommendation and a motion on this. So we'll break, have some discussion in a smaller group here at the dais, 2 smaller groups, come back together and talk about what a motion might look like, and then what additional considerations you all think the department should be taking into account as they're moving forward. So if that's okay, Havania, Janine, Kim, David, but if you can hold your item into smaller group discussions, just keep that in mind as well. So, Havania.
Thank you. I'm trying, can you guys hear me? I am grappling with visualization. So what would shared accountability look like between the district of residence and the district of service? So what would that look like in the dashboard? Can you provide an illustration or a possible example of what that may look like so I could, understand?
So what it would look like would be that a school might find themselves red on the dashboard for their disability student group for the ELA or math proficiency. And then the district of residents would find themselves also red. So they would say, okay, and when they start sort of digging into their data, like what's happening, why are we in red, why is this happening, they will identify those which students and how well they're doing. That's the process. Does that kind of okay?
And both districts, both school sites will share the same data sets.
Okay, so one school will the school that actually is providing service to the student, where the student is attending, and they test that student, they get the test results at that school. If some of those students with the disabilities are from another district, we will send those test results back to their district of residence.
So does the data get sent through the dashboard?
So when we say we're sending the scores back, then we would take those scores and place them in that district's dashboard for their students with disabilities.
So they will share the same data?
Parts of, yes. Not all the same data, but parts of data, yes.
Great. Thanks for that, Havania. Janine.
Can I clarify?
Oh,
just
yeah.
a second?
Cindy,
Sorry.
welcome.
Sorry to jump in. Cindy Kazan is the Director of Analysis, Measurement, and Accounting Reporting Division. Shiloh had mentioned that if you're red on the dashboard for the school, you're going to be red for the district. And I think to further expand on your question is that the district has a broader, likely have a broader scope of students with disabilities. They have the students that are there on a daily basis, and then they potentially could have students from many different schools that are outside. So I just think.
Yeah, it's not one-to-one.
Yeah.
So you may have a school that's red and a district that's orange because the population is larger. But once they start to dig in to the data and identify the root causes, they might identify what's contributing to the scores is district students from a specific school site or a specific program or something that is not working for them.
Nice.
Can an illustration be provided?
I will put together an illustration. I can't draw one right now. I'm not an artist. I could do a dance, like if it's over here. But I could put together a visualization and we can submit it for you guys.
Thank you for that. Janine?
So since this is ruling, thank you, by the way, for this again, bringing it up so you guys could, clarify some of the questions we had. But my question is, what steps are being taken in the next couple of months before school starts so that they could understand how this collaboration is going to work? And what is also being done with the fact of like the accountability of educating, let's say, the parents of knowing all this information and helping schools really operationally define like some of the things that, so they're equal. Where if I suspend somebody, like we were talking about kindergartners today being suspended, or being very creative to suspend kindergartners, right? They're using different codes. What does that look like? I mean, are they going to be, because it doesn't seem like you're comparing apples to apples at that point. If let's say you're looking at some of these different schools where you're sending them for a higher level of service, in my mindset, it would be that they have more supports at that school. So what does that look like?
So So I can talk to you a little about what we're doing to sort of communicate this out. We have a webinar on Friday that we're going to be speaking to the field around. One of the reasons we decided to do a stepwise methodology was starting with the academic indicator this year so that we could communicate around that, and then spend the majority of next year communicating transitioning CASEMIS and CalPAD so people could see reports for the rest of the indicators so that folks would be aware by that time and armed with the information. Now, how it happens with codes and specific differences in codes, you know, it's a little bit outside of what we do. We do work when we have differences of codes or we look at anomalies, but that typically would happen with an LEA. For suspension, and I know this isn't in kindergarten, it's not exact, but what we typically would see is if you have a lot of suspensions and they're not being coded correctly, you would see it in other areas, right? So you would see it in attendance, you would see it in, and we are changing some of the coding around attendance so that if a student is out, is not attending school for suspension, they have to have an associated suspension record. And so that's a requirement now. And it will be an error if they don't have that for this year. But we see that in other places. So attendance, assessment scores. So if a student's not attending school, they're not doing they're not getting the access to education, they're not going to do very well in their assessment. So these things kind of go hand in hand. And I think we're working with our county offices for districts to understand this better. We've been working with our SELPAs. They're developing a whole suite of the SELPA leads that we funded are developing a lot of resources and tools to help SELPAs work with their districts to improve the accountability and the reporting on this data.
Mm-hmm. Great question. Kim, go ahead.
Okay, just a clarifying question. So I'm, and maybe I'm viewing this wrong, I'm seeing this as statutory responsibility with district of residence and a contractual responsibility with a district of service, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the statutory responsibility, I understand that really clearly. At what point, or I guess the question is, whom is the entity that approves the ability for these schools or counties or NPA, NPSs? Who approves the ability for them to be able to enter into contracts for funding that school districts have access to provide services? That's the first question. And if there is a systemic problem programmatically, not for just an individual student, it may not be the right decision for a student for that program, but if there is a systemic programmatic issue that is ongoing, what are the ramifications for them to be able to enter into those contractual obligations? Because that's a contract is a mutual understanding of what's going to be provided. So at what point, if that is a failing system, do they not enter into or have the ability to enter into those contractual agreements for state and federal funding? So that's a big question.
It's a big question.
But unfortunately, it's a big problem too.
And it's more of a legal question. I'm not a lawyer. I sometimes pretend to be when I'm testifying in court, but I am not. It is not really the area that I typically we can take that question back. My best guess at an answer is those are a lot of local decisions that are made, right? So the contracts between two entities and how they're negotiated typically fall into the same thing if you're contracting with like an NPA to provide services on a school campus. It's the same kind of local contractual agreement that we don't typically get involved with, but I can definitely take that back and ask our legal folks about that. That's
I wasn't sure if there was involvement or approval or something.
We don't at the state level approve in like inter-district or memorandums of understanding between LEAs and county officers or LEAs and other LEAs.
Okay. So whoever that is can crop up and say, this is what we're going to provide, come to us, use your funds. And there's no real accountability process. For example, in our PIR system, if I were a district continually identifying a systemic issue in a programmatic that was serving a group of students, there would be no way to really track that other than the local LEA saying this is not working for us, therefore we're going to cease contractual negotiations.
Yeah, we don't. Okay. Yeah, we don't on a state level track memorandums of understanding in LEAs. There's thousands and thousands of them. So sorry.
No.
Good. Thank you for that. So we're coming back to you, David.
Quick question.
No, you're okay, because I think we don't have time to do a meaningful break, so we're going to stay here together as a group, so you're good.
The School of Attendance Accountability, will that also extend to non-public schools in the future?
Not right now. I know we've had some discussion about what that might look like, but they're not an LEA traditionally. They have a CDS code, but they're not the way that we would typically think of an LEA. So we've had some discussion. Kristen might be able to speak a little bit more to that, but they wouldn't be their own school on the dashboard.
Right. And just keep in mind that most of those schools wouldn't have enough students to generate a dashboard because they have to have at least 30 students. So that's another issue we've been talking about.
Fine. I totally understand the reason I asked. I mean, as Kimberly was talking through her question, I can look at individual student performance, but trying to get a systemic view of, say, a non-public school or non-public agency, probably schools more than agencies in terms of overall performance. Sometimes you get a different picture if I look at all 200 kids they're serving and their suspension rates versus the 3 that are coming from my district or self.
Yeah.
Good one. Okay, last comment from Steve, and then we're going to move into a different part of the discussion.
Probably mine's around this, but I just want to kind of share that I believe that this is really important for us to do. It really is great. So my motion would be to make sure that we support your direction. But one of the thoughts that I had when we do this, I think it's very important for us to send out to our districts and so the why behind this, about why we're doing this and what it's in part, and then explaining them to what we hope to accomplish by doing this for kids. So somehow there needs to be, I don't know, press release, explaining it, all this kind of stuff, but really putting it out there. The other thing that I think that has to be in there is to outline what you believe is the best practice about how to deal with this. The interactions with the districts, you kind of outline what should be happening when we do this, and I think it would be great to kind of set that as kind of guidelines about, now here's how you implement. This is a piece that you need to look. Districts need to look at communicating with their MOU or whatever you think are the steps to make sure that this does happen for each of those. So that would be 2 of my areas to make sure that are involved in this.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Kristen, you want to make a comment before we jump in?
Yeah, and I think that's a great, I was just going to mention the same thing you did, Steve, and I think just being able to talk about what is considered best practice. And I want to sort of put an umbrella over all of this and saying that that as we move forward with looking at how we're trying to make our system more coherent, we're coming upon these things that have been classically and traditionally the way they have been. This is how our system is evolving. So the better we get at our data, and now we're seeing that CalPAS is going to encompass all the data, the more we're going to be able to be really articulate about what's happening with our students. And so we're really excited to be merging the data systems for that reason, and to really we've developed a really close collaboration with our accountability division and our assessment division around this work. But I also want to say that there is no judgment on anything that's happening or that has classically happened because of the way our system was set up. We are all evolving. So this is not a response to anything any one particular district has done. We don't think anyone's trying to be a bad actor. This is really just about helping our system evolve and getting all of your great thoughts around what we should be considering as it's evolved. That's why these 2 are standing here today. So just want to clarify that there is no villain here. It's more about, we've set up a system, and now we're like, oh, we need to make sure that that's included. And the non-public school is probably the next thing we'll need to figure out around school-level accountability. But we're continuing. This is part of our continuous improvement, and you guys are really key in that continuous improvement. So we do take, and I know Jenny and Shiloh do take what you say very seriously and use that as sort of what we should be addressing. So this is really, really good and helpful conversation.
And just to put a finer point on it, we basically said if you guys aren't on board with us, we won't move forward with it because of how important it is to have your support.
Nice. Okay. Yes, Mildred.
There was a mention.
Webinar on Friday.
Will it just be the announcement without the part that
The best practices piece, yeah, it won't include that yet, but we will put something together. We already wrote down many notes of tasks. You always give me lots of tasks whenever I come here, so.
Include lots of pictures.
I will do lots of pictures. Yes, people were making fun of me over that picture. They were like, "Why are you doing that?" I was like, "No, they're gonna love it. You'll see."
Oh yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah.
We do have. I think before we do, we want to do this first.
Actually, I know we're running out of time, and we have a topic I was going to bring to you about incorporating the CalAlt into the academic indicator, but I'm thinking that it is a little bit complex, and we need a little more time than what we have, and I'm thinking about bringing it back to you at the next meeting.
And more pictures.
That would be great.
Yeah, I was excited because you were going to be the first group to see this, and I was excited to get your feedback, but I think we need a little more time to spend on it than what we have.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Can you go back to the slide? I think I heard Stephen put a motion on the floor, so I just want to piggyback on that, if that's okay. It sounded like your motion was to support the expansion of the District of Special Ed Accountability Rule. I'm looking at the slide to include. Oh, yeah, thank you for that. Where's my rule? Where's my order of operations? So let me first take public comment on this item, and then we'll move into a motion.
We have one public comment for the item.
Great, thank you, Matt.
And that is Susan Costin, Special Education Local Plan Area Administrator of California.
Hi.
Welcome.
I am representing the SELP organization, and I am the SELPA director in Merced County. I wanted to comment on this particular discussion that SELPA is in support of this transition of dual accountability. And we are going to be happy and looking forward to working with CDE and SECO. I'm also a SECO member because I have both hats, so I'll be reaching out to SECO this year. And we'll be collaborating to make sure we can work out the bumps, the kinks, and that we're all understanding roles and responsibilities, and we can develop a system that works for everybody because it is in the best interest of the students that we're serving. Pardon? Oh, special education administrators of county offices. In my county office, I am a county office administrator. I run a very large program. I serve about 800 students, and I wear the hat of the SELPA director. So I'm able to represent both organizations and sit on both committees.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
Matt, any other public comments? Great, thank you. All right, let's go back to our motion. Stephen, would you like to state a motion for the commission to consider?
Sure, I'll do my best.
Do it.
Well, thank you. It was my voice. Yeah, sorry. I make a motion that we support the changes to the 2019 dashboard, expand the District of Special Education Accountability Rule to all SWDs for academic indicators. I also support that in the motion that the Districts of Special Education Accountability is held accountable for all state indicators, and I'd like to make a motion that we support that.
I second the motion.
Okay, I
You're
think
so
I heard
excited to do. That's great.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for that. Discussion on the motion? Do it.
I just want to make sure because, we've come so far in 9 years with your department. I mean, it's amazing. That what Steve had said before is really in there. People need to understand the why. Mm-hmm. Because there is that newness of this. It feels like I'm going to get punished and they're not going to get punished and my kids are over there and I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying. And I just think that needs to be there. The meat of it has to be there so people really understand why you're doing this. That it isn't I'm punishing you, I'm taking it away from you, or vice versa. So I want to make sure that when you do that, because you made such a pretty drawing today, that it's out there because this is a new change. You know how difficult change is for everybody in the state, no matter what it is. So I just want to make sure that that's in there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. I mean, if you just think back on how all of us reacted the very first time we heard it, right? We needed more opportunities to hear detail and process. So that's a great point. Kimberly, did you also have an item to share?
I just appreciated the why comment, and I know you guys were talking about putting out the best practices, kind of how to do this, and I just have to say a really simple way of looking at it is whatever team members got together and placed a student somewhere else should be the same team representation that comes together every single year at that annual meeting to have that conversation. Okay. And if you have criteria that is an entrance criteria, you should also have criteria that says when that student comes back to you. So those are two really crucial pieces I think are often missing. So just my thoughts. Thank you.
Excellent. Very nice. Thank you. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. We've had discussion. Matt, any public comment on the motion? Okay, so then if you are in favor of expanding the District of Special Ed Accountability Rule to include all students with disabilities for academic indicator in 2019, and then all indicators for 2020 in the dashboard, please raise your hand. Anybody voting no, please raise your hand. Any abstentions, please raise your hand. Okay, well that passes unanimously. So thank you for your great work.
Thank you
guys so much.
All right. Okay. Was that tiring? All righty. Well, let's see, commissioners, we are ready to move into item number 2. Love it. All right, and this is an item that we have talked about for a while. I am excited about this item, and in order to introduce it, I'm going to hand the mic over to the chair of our mental health subcommittee, Mildred Brown. So Mildred, love for you to introduce this item for us.
Well, we're really excited to be able to have items that we discuss in our meetings and our we're excited to be able to have an opportunity to share information that we have discussed at our subcommittee. It's a small but mighty group. But I really want to take the opportunity to say that we're in a crisis situation, and I appreciate the opportunity as far as being able to chair the mental health meeting and to have the voice around mental health issues at the commission level. But this morning, it really hit me from a very emotional standpoint, in that the woman who was helping me was in tears. And she was telling me about her grandchild. We have a really good relationship. We are always at the same hotel in terms of our SELPA meetings. But she was sharing with me that her grandchild, who's 12 years old, had attempted suicide, and that the other younger children were so upset because it was making the entire family so dysfunctional. And she, as a grandmother, not knowing what to do, had gone to 6 different agencies to try to get support and help for her granddaughter. And that she was upset because a younger child, an 8-year-old, had called her that morning, and she took the call before she could help me. And she said that she was so upset that the 8-year-old brother had said, "Why can't Ellen just kill herself?" And so when we're talking about this concern around mental health, it really is something that hits us every day. I certainly wasn't expecting that. All I was doing was trying to get some ice. But here it is. I had to take that hat off and take the time to help her problem solve an issue that certainly went far beyond what a grandmother is going to be able to do. So these are ongoing conversations that we have on our day-to-day, certainly unexpected conversations that we're all working with in some area as far as the work that we do. And so I really am excited that we'll have an opportunity to talk about perhaps another model, or looking at another model of how we work and do mental health and provide services and supports for our families and students. So I think Maureen and Alex, are you starting? Who's starting? Maureen Burtness is going to start. And then we'll lead into our second item, which is also from the Mental Health Subcommittee, and we'll share a little bit about our conversations this morning in our subcommittee. So thank you. Sorry for my emotion.
Thank you for that, Mildred. Appreciate
this
that.
is what we're about. Thank you. I'm Maureen O'Leary Burness, and I am here today representing Breaking Barriers, which you have heard from before as part of the Mental Health Subcommittee. I want to say how excited I am to have listened to you all in talking about shared responsibility, shared accountability, shared commitment. It sounds like a one system concept, which is what we're here to do. Breaking Barriers was actually founded following our one system report, where Elizabeth Estes said, I love the idea of one system in education between general and special education, but how about one system for children? We need to be talking about this big picture across agencies, which, Mildred, your example is very apropos too. I wanted to give you a quick update on what Breaking Barriers has been doing, and I thought that the quickest and easiest way to do it would be to show you this video from our last symposium, because we have Kristen, we have our state superintendent, we have Alex there. I think we're ready to go.
We're at our third annual Breaking Barriers convening because the need is there. They're here from counties across the state of California doing the work to unite their agencies and organizations into a comprehensive system of care that's accessible to families and children.
Our students need access to mental health programs. They need access to school-based programs and resources. They need access to health care. Often we find that the kids that we serve are being served by 4 or 5 different systems simultaneously, and those systems don't talk to each other. In one of our schools, we actually built a state-of-the-art dental clinic. I just don't want to see any young people fall through the cracks.
Really, for families, we need to make it as seamless as possible, and I think that is really the true challenge.
The decisions that are made at the director levels are the decisions that can either be gateways or barriers to the rest of the system. So if we can understand the needs of the field and the folks that are working directly with kids, we can ensure that we create an articulated system from the build that supports everyone who needs to be supported.
We need new resources to incent the collaboration necessary, but also to expand services.
We've had some super dynamic speakers who have talked about the school to prison pipeline, the outcomes of our failed mental health and child welfare policy, and highlighted also the positive gains that come when we do work together in breaking barriers.
I should have been a drug addict. I should have been dead or in prison, right? We can change the world.
Let me just say that I was totally blown away. It was the speakers, but it was just them speaking raw.
My dad became my safe harbor. So my heart broke when I was a teenager and he began to use crack cocaine.
We hear the story of these people who, I guess you can say that they've made it, and they're role models to other people.
For our mental health work, we were excited this year to partner with Seneca in bringing in their unconditional education model that really matches our Tier 2 and Tier 3 level, but also equally investment into what does our culture and climate of the school look like. And so it's just like someone said before, it's not just services, but how they really meld and integrate with our school leadership.
We're all one, we're all interconnected, and we need to find ways to change the way our infrastructure currently operates. It was built in silos for reasons years ago, and we now have the knowledge and the technology and capacity to recognize that we now have to interconnect it all.
Is all about our Breaking Barriers summary from that conference. Thank you, Matt. And I want to just quickly highlight our recommendations from that time to kind of help start the trajectory from last November to today. So I don't, you can read these, so I don't want to read them to you, but I just wanted to make sure that we highlight. We were looking at delivering more school-based mental health grants. Your next presentation will talk about the first 4 of the mental health grants that came through OAC to look at school wellness. And so our idea was at that conference to share the information about where those particular grantees were going, and we wanted to recommend that there be more of those. Secondly, we wanted to make sure that we invest in technical assistance to support collaboration across all of these systems, because people need help in doing that. We want to develop a hub that would facilitate communities of learning. We've learned so much about professional learning communities and ways to work together, and we want to support that further. And then we wanted to specifically look at engaging state-level support in this, which is why we are here today. So one of the next things that the Breaking Barriers group did was collaborate with California Mental Health Advocates for Children and Youth, CAMACE. I have been a friend to the board for CAMACE for over 20 years now, and that's one other place where this same conversation is happening. So Breaking Barriers, CAMACE, California Children's Trust, multiple groups of people are having similar conversations, and our goal here is to try to bring all of those together. And California Children's Trust was also part of that CAMACE gathering. And so we're here today to look at how California Children's Trust and Breaking Barriers are working together to continue to further the work, and then we will end with an ask for you about what to do next. And I'd love to introduce to you my colleague, Alex Briscoe, who is the founder of California Children's Trust.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hey. Good morning. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to take you through a bunch of Medicaid stuff in a moment. But before I do that, I'd like to ask you for a second to kind of put down your burden, because where I'm going to end in about 15 to 20 minutes, but I'll take questions as I go, is a real specific way to generate a multi-billion-dollar investment in children with no new state expenditure. Are you with me? Yeah. Right. Like, that's the promise I'm offering, okay? And I'm going to tell you how we can do it. But in order to get there, I got to build on something that Mildred started with, that we're actually in a crisis. I don't need to tell schools this, but as a little piece of framework, I started my career as a therapist at in Oakland Unified School District. For 7.5 years, I worked at McClymonds High School in West Oakland. If you're a basketball fan, that's Paul Silas, Antonio Davis, Bill Russell, and others. But besides that, it's a brilliant, awesome, incredible community where I learned a lot. I was there right during the EPSTT expansion, the first investment in children's mental health really at scale that California did in the late 90s and early 2000s. I've worked in counseling-enriched classrooms. I then went on to run the emergency department at Children's Oakland, so I've led a level 1 pediatric trauma center. And then I became, over a couple steps, the health director in Alameda County, where I led a $100 million expansion of school-based health centers and EPSTT mental health that added 10,000 kids to care. So I'm going to touch on that experience, but all of it together told me we can't get there from here. Like, the work we're doing on the margins is really important, so I don't mean to demean or diminish any of it. But that something fundamental has to change, both in the size of investment and the frame we use, and I think schools are at the heart of it. So that's the teaser. With me?
Great.
Okay. So if I've lost all filter about whether people understand what I'm talking about when I go into Medicaid, so please do stop me at any point. Yeah. At the heart of what we're suggesting is we need to rethink even what we mean by behavioral health. So if I spontaneously combust in the next 5 minutes or the next 25 minutes, one thing I hope you take away from this presentation is you don't have to have a diagnosis to get care. Behavioral health is not a response to pathology. It's something much bigger. It's something much greater. It could be the tool to help us do so much more if we but named it as such. And as I'll tell you, it's named as such all the way back to the Social Security Act of 1965. So we don't have to change the laws to change how we define it. We just have to do it. It is a strategy to achieve equity. Structural racism is real. The stabilization of poverty is real. It's impacting the social and emotional health of our children. And the strategies we need are relational. Connections between people, children and families. And schools are ground zero for the crisis that I'm about to take you through the data on. So the next few slides are hard, but they're data from California, and they will emphasize what Mildred spoke to this morning. The crisis is real, but so is the opportunity. Behavioral health is now the leading cause of disease burden. So when I was the health director, I ran a health system, a couple $1 billion, 14 hospitals, a 911 system, many mental health institutions. The leading cause of disease burden, meaning what this is called a daily adjusted life year, this chart. And what it shows is the number of days you spend in the hospital and the number of days you live on disability. Okay, so it's a rough proxy for what's causing the most harm to our culture. And mental health and substance abuse are far and away the leading cause of disease burden in our nation's healthcare system. And suicide, as I'll talk to you about in a second, is actually an epidemic. The three leading causes of death for young people are homicide, suicide, and injury. And suicide is new. Over the last decade, suicide has leapfrogged cancer and car wrecks as a cause of death. So just think about some dark fantasy novel where the most prosperous nation in the world looked up and all of a sudden twice as many kids were going to the emergency department for self-harm, where suicide leapfrogged cancer as a cause of death. That's what just happened in the last decade in America, in California. And the medical model can't be the answer. So I've run after ACSEs. We started 31 of them in schools. 75% of mental illness manifests between 12 and 24. Guess who has the lowest rate of primary care utilization of any demographic group? 12 to 24. If you wait for kids to go to their primary care doctor and get a referral to a therapist, it will not happen. Those primary care providers don't exist. Those therapists don't exist. And what's happened is what I call the big four. So that's what this slide shows you. It shows you that over the last decade, there's been a 104% increase in emergency department utilization. That's that doubling I told you about. Twice as many kids over a 10-year period are showing up in the emergency department for self-harm. Self-harm means self-mutilation and suicide attempt. 71%, there's been a 71% increase in what we call impulse control. That's a funny bucket of diagnostic criteria that refers to when an adult says, I can't care for my child safely. And so they bring them to the emergency department. 71% increase. We're spending $11.6 billion. And perhaps the most important one, and why this conversation can move right now, is while across all disease burdens in our healthcare system, length of stay is shortening. That means the number of days you're in the hospital. It's across all of them, 30%. We're building all the hospitals, 30% fewer beds. Children's mental health is up 50% over a decade. So if you're in the business of running a hospital for kids, if you're not in mental health, you're not in the business. And I use the term business consciously. It's an industry. And because the economic imperative is overlapping the social justice imperative, there's a chance to do something. And what do we know about children with mental health? That above all other categories, it is the leading cause of school failure. 37% of kids with mental illness age 14 or older drop out. This is the highest dropout rate of any disability group. What do we know about kids in California? There are 6 million children now covered by Medicaid. And there's only 10 million kids in the state. 6 million of them are covered by Medicaid. And if you think, wow, that's new, it is new. In the last 5 years, there's been a 35% increase in number of kids in the program. So for all of you educators, and this is like salt in your wounds, I know, when I talk Medicaid, right? But for all the educators who say, where's the Medicaid to support the social and emotional health of my children? And it's never been there. Well, it's never been there. This is the worst it's ever been. Because in 5 years, we added S-CHIP to Medi-Cal. So S-CHIP was that thing where we extended children's health insurance. It was passed by Reagan and Bush in the 80s. So usually you get Medicaid 0 to 20 grand a year. But in 1983 or 84, we extended it to 0 to about 40 grand. So in 2012, we rolled that into Medicaid. So all children, 0 to 250% of federal poverty now have Medicaid. Then we passed SB 75, we added the undocs. And then we did the Affordable Care Act, and the enrollment and eligibility activities we did brought a lot of people in who were eligible. So that raised our Medicaid rolls to 6 out of 10 children now are in the program, obviously higher in public education. So now 96% of all children have a mental health benefit and are covered. So we don't have to worry about it. It's not about coverage anymore. It's not about your free and reduced lunch app, right? Lots of us did that for many years. We tried to get kids covered. Now they're all covered. The question is, what are they getting, and is it right? And I think it's fair to characterize our existing children's mental health system this way. And you can argue with me if you like, but I think it's fair to say that most children get nothing. Many get the wrong kind in punitive and protective settings and restrictive settings, and they get it way too late. And in fact, we fail to respond. More children are eligible, that 35% increase. Fewer are getting anything. Remember, I told you this was going to make you angry. It should make you angry. It's a failed system. Since 2011 realignment, there's been a 20% increase in crisis services, but an actual decline in the total percentage of kids getting access to care. We've dropped from an already low 4.5 to 4.1%. Meanwhile, we've been doing the California Healthy Kids Survey, and there's been a 61% increase in self-reported mood and anxiety disorders. So if you're getting angrier, you should be, right? Kids are entitled under federal law to something they're not getting. Fewer and fewer are getting it, despite the fact that there's been more money available. So these are hard truths, and they require a new approach. So I've depressed you, hopefully angered you a little bit. Now I want to flip to solution, because the critique is not the solution, right? We've done enough hand-wringing. Now we got to talk about what would it take to bring resources to scale to make it different. And before I do that, I got to go back. It's not just the therapist in me. You got to go back to go forward, okay? In 1965, we created Medicaid. Medicare for old people, Medicaid for low-income folks, called Medi-Cal in California. And then in 1967, we did the Vietnam War draft. Fully 60% of the young men that were drafted couldn't run a mile or climb an 8-foot fence. Thus was born a set of benefits called EPSDT, Early Periodic Screening and Diagnostic Treatment. That benefit, that's a mouthful, EPSDT, covered lots of things. It covered immunizations, covered 5 other things before it said mental health. But the original 7 included mental health. So think about immunizations as a way to hold what I'm saying. If you want to try to hold what I'm trying to say here, I'd like to suggest that Medicaid already clarifies that mental health should be treated like immunization. 80% of low-income children in Medicaid get their immunizations on time. You have to have measles to get an MMR shot? No, right? We've made a decision as a healthcare system that prioritizes the health of children, that it's better to provide this service to prevent you from getting measles than it is to let you get measles and hurt lots of other folks who might get because of your contagion. The same thing should be thought about the mental health, and the law already says as much. So what if we already had the critical components of the solution in our grasp? I'm going to distill for you how all child-serving systems work in one slide, so it's dangerous, but go with me. All of the child-serving safety net, and remember, I ran Alameda County, about 2 million people, 14 school districts, 5 SELPAs. I was right in the heart of 3632, 114. I was in it, right? And I think all of the child-serving systems work this way. There's a federal law, usually a chunk of money associated with it, tied to a state plan of some kind, but it's delivered where those dollars devolve and meet the service is at the local level. So that's what this chart says. And it's true of child welfare, right? Your county child welfare department. It's true of juvenile justice. It's true of early childhood. It's true of education. It's true of the regional center. What's the common thread of all of them? What funding stream exists in all 5? EPSDT, mental health. However bad it is, okay? However much it's failed to deliver on its promise. As the health director in Alameda County, we paid for 40% of the cost of child welfare and juvenile justice treatments with EPSDT. We paid for $18 million of EPSDT mental health in the special education. I could go on. EPSDT already has a foothold. The architecture is already there. We just need to claim the dollars we're already spending to fund an expansion. That's the trick. So the finance trick I'm proposing is, remember this piece where I said it's already all tied to a federal and a state dollar? Medicaid is like a pot of gold in DC. You put up $1, you get $1, right? That's how Medicaid works. I'm suggesting California is spending lots of money already. It's just not pulling down the federal dollar. The expense is already there, and I'll take you through just an example of special education in a second. But before I do it, I just want to tell you this can be done. Like, I'm actually speaking from over a decade of direct experience trying to do this. Now, I did it in a unique situation with access to tobacco dollars, a local sales tax. So some of the stuff I'm talking about can't be done elsewhere. But just to show you quickly, in about a decade, 14 years, we added 10,000 children to care in Alameda County. In 1996, we had 4 school-based health centers, federally qualified clinics, built with school bond dollars, operated with Medicaid. With me? School bonds built it, Medicaid operated it. We had 8 in 2000, 12 in 2004, 14 in 2008, 19 in 2010, 26 in 2012, 29 in 2014, and concurrently we opened up 200 new school-based mental health programs not associated with the IDEA. General Pop, MTSS. How did we do it? Well, it was hard. It took political will, entrepreneurial spirit, and collaborative competence. You had to work with school districts in a certain way. And what we used to say was, school district, it's their house. It's the school district's house. You're a guest in it. If you're a provider, you serve at the discretion of the principal. So we had that kind of vibe. We had to create MOUs, HIPAA, FERPA. We did a lot, right? And we had a lot of philanthropy, a $17 million grant from Atlantic, a $7 million grant from Kaiser. So we learned a lot. We stumbled. But we also figured out the financing. What this slide shows you On the left-hand side, all the little teeny pieces are the sources of non-federal dollars we cobble together to claim the big blue, which is the federal match. So we have new science and emerging practices that demonstrate the promise of behavioral health. This is really Nadine's work. Like, if you think about ACEs for a second, what ACEs tell us is that over 60% of young people, something bad happens in their life that impacts their health outcomes. So that's a new and emerging field, along with trauma-informed work. There's definitely a crisis. I just gave you the highlights. If you go to our website, cachildrenstrust.org, you will find more data than you ever wanted to know about the preventable suffering of children, stuff that should make us ashamed. There's an economic imperative. It's aligned with the social justice imperative, right? We got to treat kids earlier because they're killing us in the hospital and they're killing themselves. And finally, I'm suggesting there's a way to finance broad reform by claiming on your existing expenditures. So how I would like to frame this for you in closing is there's something called an entitlement under federal law, and you know it well. It's called the IDEA entitlement, right? Well, EPSDT is just like IDEA. If you put up $1, the feds have to match it, and there's no cap. So if it's an eligible service to an eligible beneficiary, which again is somewhere between 70 and 90% of the kids you serve, it must be funded by the feds if the non-federal dollar is there. So let's quickly take a look at your special education spend. So I've been working with Tony Thurman's staff, Renzo and Heather and the crew there, and it's been fascinating. Kind of crosswalking education finance talk to healthcare finance talk. It's all $1, but the same words are not used, right? It's been a really interesting exercise. You are currently up to spending $14.8 billion on 700,000 children. So this is me distilling a lot of spreadsheets, but this is, I think, what we found. It's made up of $1.2 billion of IDEA federal money, $3.7 billion state contribution, $9.8 billion local share. The 3.7 and the 9.8 are all eligible for federal match. You're just not getting it. Because those kids who are with an IEP are getting eligible services. All of the mental health services they're getting are eligible for a match. You're just not pulling it down. There is an example that I'd like to cite that we just did with the reentry and homeless population in the last waiver in California called whole person care. And just to understand it for a second, those of us who are running health departments, we looked out and saw the reentry population and the homeless population using our emergency departments at really high rates. And so we said to the feds, we're spending all this money, let us match it, in a waiver play. And we got $1.5 billion to spend on something called whole person care. What I'm suggesting to you is we could do the same thing in schools. We could bundle all of the money you're currently spending and match it at once, not in a random moment time study, not per minute, not per unit, not per patient, but in one fell swoop and create a multi-billion-dollar health reinvestment fund that could be used to build the MTSS in schools. That's the end of my story. Why could we do this now? There's a growing consensus that what we're doing isn't working. If someone thinks it's working, I ran an emergency department. It's not. We have growing revenues. The big three that fund the mental health system are realignment, 1991 and 2011, and the Mental Health Services Act. Realignment is vehicle license fees and sales tax. So think new car in the mall. New car, the mall, millionaires. Up $880 million since 2014. The federal waivers that define our current mental health system expire in 2020. We have a unique moment to re-examine how we're doing it if we but have the courage to try. There's a national movement towards integration. Behavioral health and physical health in California are separate. We're only one of 4 states left that do it that way. We have new science and learning. There's a new state administration. Everyone agrees we got to treat the family, not just the kid. If you just treat the kid, you locate the problem in the kid. The kid's not the problem. And we have a workforce scarcity, which means we could invest in new ways in parent partners and peer-to-peer and other social models. So what if it happened? What would it look like? And I'll end with this slide. Well, one more actually. If this happened, so if I wave my magic wand and this $6 billion fund was created by matching existing expenditures, we would all define mental health in a new way. It wouldn't just be for kids who are acting funny. It'd be for everybody. We'd match existing state and local expenditures with new federal dollars. We'd have new collaborative purchasing agreements. It wouldn't be mental health just serving in schools. Mental health, juvenile justice, child welfare, early childhood, and regional center will all sit down together at a table and spend this new health reinvestment fund together. And we'd have new measures of child well-being, not just symptomatology, but things that actually matter for you and my kids. Do you know where to go when you're in trouble? What are you doing after school? Do you have a caring relationship with an adult? What we might call protective factors. We could pay for it through a waiver, we could pay for it by claiming on growth, we could write a state plan amendment, or we could actually talk to the feds to pay us per kid, a capitated rate. And if I had to, we'll go county mental health plan by county mental health plan and teach them how to bill Medicaid. I put that one on there because I don't want to do it, but if we have to, if we fail, there's a way to get there county by county if we have to. This is our theory of change. If you notice at the middle of our theory is equity and justice. We actually believe that Medicaid can be a tool for anti-racism, and that if you don't treat poverty and race, you're not treating the things that actually make kids struggle. Like, you actually have to name it. Over 75% of kids in Medicaid are children of color, and the workforce is not. So we actually have to relook at what we even mean by who does mental health and how it happens. So finally, this is the last slide, what you can do. You can go to the cachildrenstrust.org and sign up. We've got over 400 people and organizations now signed up. It's really actually important that if you have any interest in this topic about a fundamental reform of children's mental health statewide, that you add your voice to our list. It basically says more, better for kids. It's not, we're not asking a lot, and we don't ever share your name or cite you as a supporter without directly asking again. You can read and share our policy briefs. Our first policy brief tells the history of the children's mental health system back to 1984 when it was created. And our one that comes out at the end of the month on financing basically tells the story I just told today. And we have a third one that comes out in the first week of July on early childhood, basically how to treat families and together, not just identifying the problem in the child. You can participate in our design teams and co-construction convenings. There's folks in this room who are a part of it. And you can support AB 898, which is a bill that asks the state to form all child-serving systems, pull them together, and do the math that I talked about. Open up your books and let us count the non-federal dollar and the number of kids in Medicaid so we can construct the claim.
And then what Breaking Barriers said is, how can we do that together with you? And by the way, I did ask him to slow down his speech a little bit so you could hear. No, it was great. You did wonderful. That's just to make sure that they breathe here. So what we wanted to ask from Breaking Barriers is that you lend your support specifically to helping operationalize AB 898. This is a way to support coordination across agencies, and it is what we've been looking for across all of our systems here. We did have the opportunity, Alex and I, to talk with Matt Navo, who used to be one of you and who is now on the state board and who worked with Kimberly, and whose wife is the Medicaid management person in Sanger, and so he really got this when we talked to him. And he was one of the members of our task force with Mildred and Sarah and Gina and several of us. And he said, what if we reconvene our task force? What if we relook at having a where are we now and continue to move forward from our recommendations there, and have it be something then that would really support the addressing all of these needs that we're seeing as one system in a bigger one system concept. And then our last thought is that there are MOUs that the Department of Education is required to have with other state agencies. And they tend to get put on a shelf and not really looked at, and sometimes they get really old before they are looked at again. And so our other recommendation was to, with this opportunity with a new state superintendent, to update all of those MOUs with this filter, with this look about how is it that we can work together, not just an memorandum of understanding about how we're going to work together, but really with some teeth and effort into it to become truly one system for the sake of children. And with that, I think we would open it up to your questions or comments.
Wonderful. Well, thank you both so much for that information. I feel like that was a lot. There's a lot of really great information. And I wonder, Matt, if we could send the PowerPoint out, because I noticed a couple of the slides are a little fuzzy. And so if we could send that out. My first question, and then I'll open it up, is if I'm a representative from a district or a SELPA or a network of charters, what's step one? Where do I go tomorrow? If I recognize the crisis, I'm willing and able, where do I go first to get more information?
Yeah, so unfortunately I have to say 3 places.
Okay.
So if you're a school site administrator and you're looking at your school population saying, wow, I got stuff that I need support on, the first thing I would say is don't do it, don't go it alone. The first piece of advice I would offer. I see some of the most well-intentioned school administrators take their scarce dollars and pull them together and hire a therapist. And while I see that as addressing your short-term issue, you're kind of robbing from the rest of your student body to provide something that is actually entitled to your children. So first is don't go it alone and try to resist the urge to solve it quick. There's 3 places you need to talk to. The first is your county mental health authority. And I know that's a hard, long conversation, but there is both your county mental health director, your county children's mental health director, and they work for elected officials. So there is also, in some ways, if you're meeting a stone brick wall through the professional to professional play, there is also calling your county supervisor and saying, hey, I need help. And that's not the greatest way as an ex-county health staffer to get told what to do, but it's an obligation that has to be met. So first is county mental health, maybe through the elected.
And we did discuss this morning in our committee meeting on mental health how there are, in fact, models in existence already. We've talked about them. You've heard about them over time. And so it is possible to go see those that are already working in action across our state. Just not very many, because that linkage with county mental health has not happened often enough.
Yeah. The second, and very poorly understood, is your Medi-Cal managed care organizations, sometimes referred to as an MCO. So your county mental health plan, MHP, that's what it's called, has a compatriot called the MCO. And depending on what kind of county you're in, it depends on who that is. About 20 counties have one. They're called county organized health systems, a public plan. Lots of counties have 2, meaning a public plan and a private plan. And some counties are free-for-all, which usually means private plans. Those are kind of your 3 models, right? So in the late 90s, almost everyone in Medicaid was in fee-for-service Medicaid. You had a little card that said Medi-Cal, right? And it was like having a ticket to nowhere because no one would take it, right? Then in the mid-90s, we shifted from fee-for-service to managed care. It was done through something called Medi-Cal consolidation, fancy term for the shift to managed care. Now, almost 90% of Medi-Cal's enrollees are in a managed care plan. And the managed care plans have an obligation for the mild and moderate mental health services associated with their enrollees. So calling your managed care plan, if you got more than 30, 40, 50 kids in your school who are enrolled in the Alameda Alliance or Anthem Blue Cross or Centene or LA Care, I could go on, then those children, if they're showing any kind of symptomatology, are eligible for services through their managed care plan. That's a harder nut to crack because the managed care plans don't want to pay, right? But it's a new obligation they carry, and that's a call that should be made. Someone's going to break through. It's been broken through in a little bit, but it's important to know. And then the third obvious place is with your LEA administrator, because you do have a way to claim Medicaid. I've counseled a lot of school districts on this. It's marginal revenue, but there's 2 ways to claim Medicaid through an LEA. Your LEA MA, which I know very few of you still do, through a random enrollment time study, and the new SPA for LEA billing option program. So there's 2. The LEA billing option program, there has been a state plan amendment. I'm not sure if it's activated yet, but it will be shortly, and allows you now to claim Medicaid for kids whether they have an IEP or not. It eliminates the free care rule. So there's a way to increase your revenue. But just by way of thinking, all of LEA MA and all of LEA BOP billing across the entire state, bundled all together, you might get to $200 million. Okay. Alameda County, I spent that on Medicaid for kids alone, and I'm 5% of the state. So while I said that's one of the 3, your county mental health plan, your managed care organization, and your LEA path, that 3 is the one you control, but it's the one where you get the least water from the stone. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you for that. David, and then Summer, and then Kimberly.
Yes, I have something to say.
I interpreted your look as having something to say.
One, thank you so much for the information, and the slide that resonates with me most is one of the first ones that behavioral health is not simply a response to pathology. Yeah. I think destigmatizing mental health supports and services is an essential step in what we need to do. No one would flinch if I said I have to go to the dentist because I cracked a tooth. But if I said, if I'm feeling a little work stress and I'm depressed about some life stuff, I'm going to see a therapist for the next couple of months, just me internally would feel, David, don't share that. People might think of you differently. So I appreciate that message. The question that I have for local counties, though, if you are a county where you have a low population of students receiving Medi-Cal, is it worth it? Is there still benefit, or are there different hurdles, I assume, to address?
Well, that's why I threw that 96% number on there, is that even the commercially insured, now under the federal parity law, so in 2008, there was a law that passed that said managed care organizations must provide access to mental health at the same level they provide it to physical health. And the law got kind of forgotten about under the Affordable Care Act. And there's some technical reasons why they kind of conflicted the two laws. But now the federal parity law is being re-examined, and there's actually legislation sponsored by the Steinberg Institute that will carry it to a greater degree in California. It will force its implementation. So even the commercially insured must be provided for. So I believe there's still a play in one of those three I mentioned in the middle, that there's still a conversation that can be had with the MCOs about accessing behavioral health on campus. The question is, do you have enough kids to make it worth their while? Right. So it's not. I'm sending you off on to charge a windmill that hasn't been found yet, but I believe will be.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Summer, and then Kimberly.
I want to thank you so much. This was a really valuable presentation for me. I'm an elementary school principal, and I don't even want to state the number of threat assessments I've experienced this year with students for suicide. And people don't think about it as an elementary school problem. They think about it as a secondary problem, but it's not. The children have tremendous burdens when they come to school at times. And I can't tell you, I've been a principal 15 years, I can't describe for you or begin to understand why the change that I've seen in the last 5 years has been occurring, but it certainly has been, and all of my colleagues, that's all we talk about. So I was interested in your slide that talked about support for the family, because in my world, that's a critical issue. These are young children. So what percentage of the work that you do is surrounding that support for the family?
So you gave me chills. Thank you for those comments. You're not making it up. Something is happening, and we're not responding. So good clinical practice is almost all family systems based. So you know how I said if you treat only the child, you locate the problem in the child, and the child is rarely the problem. It's like the system of interactions and the challenges and supports that are stressing them out, or creating behavioral health conditions. There are some kids with organic brain disorders. I mean, that does happen, but it's a pretty small number. Most of what we're seeing is actually society is creating it, is engendering it. And we could chop it up all day long about what it is, right? Is it multi-generational poverty? Is it structural racism? Is it the compare and contrast of the phone? Who knows, right? But it's definitely happening. And the reforms that I didn't get into today is that we would like to see the mental health system move from per minute, per unit diagnosis-driven reimbursement to capitated models. Because what you do when you pay for capitation, which basically means per member per month, so physical health in California, think of it like an umbrella. You enroll everyone, and you get $1,000 per month per everyone, and then you spend it on the people who need it. Well, right now in mental health, you only spend money on people who meet symptomatology, and you got nothing left over for the people, for anybody else, for their parents, for their systems. And so what we're suggesting is the finance system of California has imprisoned children of color in pathology. And that if you're going to break out of it, you got to change how you pay. Now, maybe there's other ways to change systems, but I have found in 25 years of doing this, the only way to generate change is by financial incentive. And so if you change the incentive, so change from per minute, per unit, per patient to capitation, you could provide the flexibility to do family treatment. And you could pay for things that aren't just a clinician talking to a kid for 50 minutes. Like, who's to say that the future of mental health in schools shouldn't be seniors talking to freshmen? Like, I would love to see the day when half of all children in California have a paid experience as a peer health educator in a high school. Like, when you go to high school, at one point in those 4 years, you take a course after school, you get paid $50 a month, and you talk to other kids about sex and life. Like, that would be transformation. So when we talk about transforming Medicaid, we don't just talk about more therapists in schools. That's part of it. Don't get me wrong. We need that too. But we're talking about something much greater, and the only way to get to that greater vision will be to change how you pay. I'm not sure that was your question. Yeah.
Well, I think another piece to that is the next presentation that you have will be on the 4 Mental Health Oversight and Accountability Commission chosen of 17 applications for mental wellness clinics on schools. And Elizabeth and I and others from Breaking Barriers had the opportunity to work on that RFP before it came out, to put all these ideas into that work. And so there are now 4 getting going, and part of the application process and the selection process was, how can you tell us how you're doing and what's working so that others can do it too? So when I told you about the Breaking Barriers recommendations, one of them was to increase that number through OAC. That idea was very originally the first ripple in the pond, with more and more mental wellness clinics on site, which does involve families. And I think David also helps address the issue of that being where you go to school for education and for mental health and for everything that you need to grow up as a great person.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kimberly, and then Christina.
I just really appreciated the comment and the creativity in early intervention providers not necessarily being clinicians as we would typically consider. But I was wondering, in Alameda, when you had the infusion of capital, did you also have an infusion of behavioral practitioners available, or did you experience the shortage? So.
So that's one of the reasons when I show those slides, I try to contextualize them. They're like, this was a unique thing for a variety of reasons. One of them is 5 of the 7 largest children's mental health providers are actually based in Alameda County. Seneca, Lincoln, Fred, Finch, Evac. I mean, so it's hard to, I get a lot of, well, why don't you, even the electeds will say, why doesn't everyone do what you did in Alameda County? Okay. We had every penny of our tobacco money go into non-federal share. We had a half-cent sales tax for healthcare that generated $130 million a year for healthcare. We had, my mentor and predecessor said, we're going to make this a priority. And we had a unique relationship with our school districts who were willing to write school bonds to build, right? So all of those things, that's why I said I don't believe you can get there from here. Right?
And one of those representatives was Tony Thurmond.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I grew up with Tony in Philly doing AmeriCorps. And then when he came here, and he worked for, doing foster care emancipation work, and then he worked in schools. I ran into Tony at McClymonds, hadn't seen him in 10 years. So he gets it. And I think what part of it is that, and I would say this about schools, we have to stop asking principals to be therapists and doctors. These are the highest security, yeah.
Summer likes that.
To get you even more riled up, those children under Medicaid are guaranteed under federal law access to the therapists and doctors. Whether they exist or not, they got to pay them. Now, there are challenges like we should redo it because sometimes kids don't need a therapist and doctor. So I don't want to be imprisoned in that. I'll pause.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. I'm an executive director of the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers, and I've been working on disability rights and healthcare inequities for several years. And I agree. What you're bringing up is very, very serious and a conversation that is something that needs to happen in all places. I think that there's a lot of different thoughts going through my head about what you shared, and I really feel like one of the disconnects is that we need to have more conversations across systems, but also different groups of age span, I guess is what I'm trying to say, because I've done a lot of work around Medicaid and Medi-Cal for forever and been a recipient myself, and I certainly know that per capita and a capitated rate seems like a really great thing to do. I get concerned about block granting, certainly in California, and I know that's been something that the feds have looked at for a while and we've been pushing off. The other thing is I think that mental health has also become more of a topic of conversation because the federal government did invest in the stigma campaign that California and Alameda County was awarded to do to bring to light that mental health is a part of life and it's not something that we should discount or try to hide, that it is a very serious, can be a very serious disability. The other thing that I'm concerned about, though, too, and I run a youth program for youth with disabilities, 16 to 24, and I do see a lot of self-injury from youth with all different types of disabilities. And suicide is certainly one of the topics of conversation, and we worked really hard to helped pass SES law, which included creating some preventative language on local levels to make sure that students with disabilities are in non-discriminatory policies at the district level. I also worked on the 1115 Medicaid waiver that created the managed care organizations, and I would point you in the direction of the Inland Empire Health Plan as one of the managed care organizations that has probably, I consider, one of the better mental health services options for children with mental health disabilities, and they also invested a lot of their own funds to make that an actual additional service that students or children are being offered outside of their regular health plan. I also think that in managed care, some of the plans you're seeing that do better than others are doing that because they're also investing in cross-disability programs and services by creating disability offices within the managed care organizations, so that they're not just expecting doctors and physicians and medical professionals to handle everything, that these are resources within the managed care organizations that know of external community-based organizations that can also provide services. And within the managed care organizations and waiver, they are required to connect with outside entities to provide services to avoid and prevent reentry into the ER and all those things you mentioned. So I'm really excited to see the work you're doing, and would be happy to be a part of that too, but I do think we need to fill the gaps between children and adult services on a variety of spectrums, including mental health.
Christina, thank you for all of that. Like, we could geek out for hours. History. Yeah. Yeah. So I want to just to frame one thing that you said. Change is coming on mental health, and it's not appropriate to think of there's not going to be 58 county mental health plans in 5 years. That's going to change. And so I think part of what I heard in your theme is, like, how do we make sure that the rise of the MCO is done in a way that doesn't take us from out of the frying pan into the fire, right? Like, it's a great point about Inland Empire. Brad, I think, anyway, they're extraordinary people there who are thinking creatively, but they are one plan. And we need to make sure, I think, as a advocacy block, schools in particular, that the rest of the managed care world sees mental health in an enlightened way and in a much broader definition. I really appreciate your comments. Thank you. I agree with all of them. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you, Christina. Mildred, yes.
Well, I want to thank you certainly for the presentation, and certainly amplifies the work that we've been doing in our subcommittee. One thing I'd like to just leave with the commission is that I think that the infrastructure plan and what's being developed is really important as far as educators being at the table. People who care about what's happening in school districts are at the table. What I see many times is that school administrators, is what Summer said, and you resonated in terms of a principal not being a therapist, but they have to be at the table because you just cannot have a system of support and an integrated MTSS system, which includes social, emotional, and behavioral support, without the school administrators also being at the table. And oftentimes that's who's not there, in that the world of mental health is happening and we don't have our educators present as a part of the operation system as these things roll out. So my concern is that commissioners need to be very much aware, as this, as you said, Alex, things are going to be markedly different, but somehow as a commission, we need to be kept abreast of, as this rolls out, how is it going to impact our children, as well as, how do we be able to provide some support and advice for this work. I'm just really concerned that so many times, and I have to say, I in 2001 in Mount Diablo, we created an infrastructure and a very cooperative county mental health that allowed us to hire 42 therapists. Those therapists are still hired and is still going on a mental health clinic in the district. when I retired, I thought I retired. But anyway, when I went to West Contra Costa, we created the same system there. But it can work, but there are limitations because of what you're saying, the boundaries of all the requirements. So we need a system that will work hand in hand with our counselors and psychologists in our school districts so that they are a part of the MTSS system where there's integration and collaboration, where CBOs are not doing their thing based on their funding source, and school districts are saying, I'm not really sure what's happening with the kids. School administrators need to know what's going on, because we need to be able to see that the work that is going on in terms of social and emotional behavior is an integrated system as far as a particular school district, not separate and apart because people feel like it might be too much work. So I just think that somehow we need to be grounded and continue that conversation with you on an ongoing basis, and with the SELPA organization and other organizations that are very influential in regards to what happens to students in schools as far as being sure that we're at the table.
Of course. Thank you for that, Mildred. I
promise I'll make it really quick.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree with Mildred. I want to just say, though, if I don't have a timestamp for the work that I do, but anecdotally, I would say 80% of my job function now is providing therapy for students in the course of a week. And now it's starting to make me concerned with the amount of my colleagues that are leaving the profession because we simply cannot get the other work that's required done of us completed, because probably 80% of our day is spent with therapeutic concerns for students. So, we're reaching for everything we can. My best friend growing up is running a retirement facility. I'm getting grandmas and grandpas to come over by buses from their retirement community to just come and sit with children that just need a loving person to sit with them and maybe read a story, because that's the kind of need. And we're all trying to reach for every creative solution we can. And we're going to reach the point where the administrators of schools are just not going to be able to perform their jobs unless we get some sort of support to the work that we do. So when you're on a school site, it honestly feels like you're in the trenches a great deal of the time. And so I'm happy to hear you say that you think the system will fundamentally change in 5 years, because we're all feeling like something's got to give. And I'm happy to be at the table. I just can't be the only person at the table. I just want to be a participant at the table.
Mm-hmm. We did, in fact, some of us advocated with AB 898 to make sure that education was, in fact, included. So that group will include educators at the table as well as the other agency representatives. And as I was sitting here this morning, your item 13 on the Budget Act with your Department of Finance folks presenting talks about an interagency collaborative at the model. So what I would personally request of you is that as you listen to all of these things, that concept of us being one system, not 35 different efforts going in different, but rather how can we bring all this together, because you can't wait too long, nor can your children. So the better we can coordinate and collaborate together, and the sooner we can do all that, the better it will be for all of us.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Janine, did you have a comment, a question?
Yes, no.
Yeah.
So I think it goes back also somewhere along the lines of like the MTSS. That's what I would envision, where the classroom teacher would be the first line of support. And I do understand that it goes back to the school and the administrators, but I think hopefully some of the funding would also include the collaboration of having the teachers in the classroom be able to support that and be able to be the first support instead of sending these students out and doing those. And I know the resources are scarce, but educating them and giving them the tools, I think it comes mostly from not knowing what to do and being scared and not having the resources to do it within the classroom, of treating it at the first level, at the universal level, and being able to do that.
Maybe I could end with one more kind of finance hope. California ranks 48th in the nation in spending per beneficiary. But we tax ourselves at among the highest levels of any state in the nation. So the hope is the dollars are there, the kids are there, they're in schools. Let's go get federal money and make it happen. So that's, if you distill the whole argument,
that's it.
It's what I would say that the partnership I would be looking for education is, I'm not asking education to write the Medicaid state plan amendment or the waiver play. That's the healthcare side obligation. But there has to be an incessant, almost like a demand. Like Ms. Harding was saying, this can't be. My children are entitled to it. I shouldn't have to steal from pencils and books to make it happen.
Absolutely. Well, yes. Yeah, Barbara.
Maureen, what was your ask of us? Because now I'm so overwhelmed, I'm not even sure what the ask was.
To coordinate with the work going on with AB 898 and help it in your advocacy to support the coordination across agencies, to update all of the state's MOUs about how to work together. And your last example, frankly, is a great point about that, because the Department of Ed can't do all this, but healthcare services can. And so having Tony at that table with an MOU to support that kind of work would be one example of why that need for the updated MOUs. And then based on our conversation with Matt Navo, also to update a task force or participate in another one. There are all these different groups coming together. I understand the governor has one on early learning. We talked yesterday in a disproportionality meeting about other work groups. We don't need thousands of work groups. We need a great coordinated effort with thousands of soldiers working towards the same end.
Great. Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah. So I appreciate, Alex, you and Maureen bringing the passion, and not just your passion, but your very tangible direction about what we should be doing next. So I anticipate folks are leaving. We all wear very different hats out in the world. I anticipate folks are going to be out there thinking, what role or how can I further this conversation and further this dialogue? And I would anticipate folks will be reaching out to you with some questions as well, if that's okay. And if you haven't signed on to, was it CaliforniaTrust.org?
CAChildren'sTrust.org.
CAChildren'sTrust.org. If you haven't signed on, I encourage folks to do that. Thank you, Maureen. It's in the slide that we'll email to you so you can read it. So with that, I don't think we have any more questions. We do. Looks like we have public comment. So I want to thank you both for coming and looking forward to further conversations.
The slides were emailed to you already.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Matt. You are always on it.
We have Angie Sutherland, a parent.
Hello, everyone. I'm Angie Sutherland, and I work with a couple of grassroots advocacy groups, the CAC Leadership Collaborative, and also the Coalition for Students with Disabilities. And I'm a parent here in Sacramento. And I really appreciated this topic, and I've heard this presentation before, similar, at the Family Voices conference. And from a parent perspective, I just want to tell you how bad things are. You know, it takes a crisis for a kid to get any help. So, for instance, I'm going to share the story of what's happening with my daughter. My daughter has autism, and she's always been in general education except for 3rd and 4th grade in a special day class. And actually, those 2 years were the best years ever. The general ed years were terrible. The schools she was at are not inclusive. There's no supports. Everything's treated as behavior. Nothing looking at what's the underlying issues going on. How can we be more inclusive? So what this has, it resulted in terrible bullying for 2 years in 5th and 6th grade. And then right after that, at the end of 6th grade, 6 hospitalizations. There was a report of suicidal ideation in 5th grade. No threat assessment was done. In fact, my daughter was told, "Do you know how serious this is? Now I have to do a report on you," and nothing ever came of it. Like, there was no referral for any ERMs. We don't even know what ERMs dollars are going to in our district. We do know that the parents say that the services are subpar. So we really wish that our district would partner with the county mental health. And I don't know what else to say. If you reconvene the task force, you please involve some parents who don't work already in the system, and also some youth and adults with disabilities, because that's you need to get those perspectives also. Thank you.
Thank you for that very much. Any other public comments, Matt? Great, thank you. Okay, really appreciate the content and the dialogue this morning already. I know these are hard topics, but critical topics for us to be considering and hearing about. So with that, commissioners, we are at our lunch break. We're a little over time. So why don't we, let's see, 12:15 to 1:30. So can we, okay, no. So commissioners, I encourage you to have an expeditious lunch and meet back here, because we have a scheduled presenter right at 1:30. So with that, I will see you back in an hour. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, commissioners. Thank you for that expeditious lunch. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Sunny Sacramento. Matt, is there anything else we need, or we're ready to go, correct? Awesome. All right, Mildred, commissioners, we are on item number 3. Robust morning, really appreciate that. And again, very thankful to Mildred and Barbara for your leadership on our mental health subcommittee. And I'd love to hand the podium. I'm going to give one moment for folks.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead, Mildred. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is also one of the, on an ongoing basis at our mental health subcommittee meetings, we are excited to always have an opportunity to get either Kai attending as far as the representation from the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, or to have a written report from her. Today we have an opportunity, I'm not doing it right? Okay, sorry. Today we have an opportunity to have a report in regards to the ongoing progress of the districts that have been involved in counties in terms of the 4 counties that were selected for the project, and Tom Orrick is here to provide that overview for us.
Great, thank you, Mildred. Welcome, Tom.
Consider it a privilege, and happy to report on progress of our triage grants targeting for schools, and then the collaboration. Really, we call this in our office the schools collaboration grant, and that's very important. Obviously, that piece of it, because we see that's really the change, the transformation that needs to be taking place. And I know you've talked a little bit about that already this morning and today. And so, yeah, being here, I hope this is my first of more collaboration with this commission. We're always happy to come and partner with you and work with you on our projects. We have a lot going on at the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission regarding schools and mental health. So glad to be here. Thank you. I wanted to, what am I doing here? Oh, yeah. I wanted to just provide a little bit about who the commission is and what the charge is, and a little bit about the Mental Health Services Act. Sometimes I assume that everybody knows about the Act and what we're trying to do with that, but a lot of times I find out that there isn't an awareness of how the funds can be spent. I was at a Napa Valley Student Wellness Conference for the last couple of years presenting on this, and the number of teachers and the number of special ed teachers and principals, administrators who really were excited to hear about the Mental Health Services Act and the dollars and where they could be spent. It was good to hear. It was surprising that there wasn't more knowledge of it, and I think that speaks to the lack of collaboration that we have between behavioral health departments and school districts. And so when you consider the fact that $400 million of MHSA funds are available for prevention and early intervention, we hope that schools and county behavioral health departments will collaborate more in the future. So the commission is made up of 16 commissioners appointed by the governor, the state superintendent of public instruction, the attorney general, and we have 2 representatives from the legislature. The commission oversees the Mental Health Services Act dollars, as well as the adult system of care and children's system of care. And so the goal there is for the commission to provide leadership and direction and to pioneer new ideas, if possible, in mental health, to transform the mental health system into something that's more workable. So we see it as more than a funding stream. It's not just dollars sitting there. We want to be strategic about how these dollars are spent. And as I said, prevention and early intervention is a big part of that. These are focused on wellness and recovery principles. And so in a lot of our work, we talk to consumers and family members, hopefully parents and teachers and stakeholders across the state to hear about the experience of mental health needs within their communities and within their professions. We have a sheriff on our commission. We have someone in the healthcare sector involved in our commission as commissioners. And so we're hoping to hear from all stakeholders, including consumers and family members, parents, and caregivers. And so another big part of the Mental Health Services Act was to reduce stigma and discrimination for people with mental health conditions. And I can speak personally to that. I'm a parent of a child who received special education services, and he still talks about it. He's 21. Still talks about how difficult it was for him to move through school with his peers not understanding what was going on with him, with teachers not understanding what was going on with him, and this sense of stigma, which it carries with you for a while, I can tell you. And so the other part of it is we're looking for innovative best practices, innovation, so that they can lead to best practices in mental health. Some of the components of the $2 billion roughly per year that's generated from the Mental Health Services Act through a 1% tax on high income earners is the bulk of the funding is spent for community services and supports. That's 80% of the funding for services, the kind of a whatever it takes model to help people who have serious mental illnesses. 5% of that funding is dedicated to innovation. These are things that we might want to try that we're not necessarily sure will work, but we want to try something new and see if we can measure it and determine whether or not it was something we want to continue on in the future. 20% of the funding is dedicated to prevention and early intervention funding, and half of that is dedicated to children and youth. And the remaining parts of that are capital facilities and technical needs, which was to build structures, brick and mortar, and technology so that we could operate a better mental health system, and then workforce education and training. Sometimes we have a tendency to skip over those last two. Capital facilities need technical needs, those are very important. And workforce, obviously, very important. I'm sure and this commission discusses the need for teachers and specially skilled special education teachers, and where are they going to come from in the future. So workforce development is key. So yeah, for the sake of time, I'll just go over a little bit of innovation The purpose, like I said, is for these innovation dollars is 5% of the MHSA. It's about $100 million a year. Is to try new things, and so this is the area of the act where counties do come and present innovation plans to the commission for approval, and these are typically 5-year plans at the county level. They're coming to present things after a community planning process is the hope, where people are coming together and they're recognizing that there is a need, and they've tried the standard operating procedures to fix it, and it's not working. And so innovation plans come from that. It's the idea that we can't seem to figure out how to get this done, so let's try something. Let's go to the community and ask them, what do you think we ought to do? What are some ideas you have? And then they're tempted, and so hopefully they work. But I think it's an interesting funding stream when you think about schools and special education programs and needs. I'm certain there are innovations that are there to consider. Prevention and early intervention, as I said, it's 20% of the MHSA funding, or about $400 million. The purpose is to prevent mental health conditions from becoming disabling. And so the idea is to catch things early as much as possible. And as I said, that's half of that funding is dedicated to children and youth. What we're trying to prevent there is what we call the 7 negative outcomes of mental health or mental illness, which are suicide, homelessness, unemployment, incarceration, school failure, out-of-home placements, and prolonged suffering. And so I think 2 of these are obvious to any school leadership organization is school failure and out-of-home placement. Prevention and early intervention dollars should be dedicated to the prevention of school failure and out-of-home placements. Because if we don't, then we're going to be addressing the other 5, such as suicide, homelessness, unemployment, incarceration, and prolonged suffering. So it's really those 2 are very important for us to consider, and this is the impetus for us to drive collaboration between school districts, county offices of education, and behavioral health departments, because I don't think we've got that right at all right now. But I think we're making some headway. So I want to talk a little bit about triage and then pass it over to Placer County to talk about their program, which I think you'll be interested to hear about. Triage comes from SB 82. Triage dollars, the Mental Health Services Act distributes these funds to counties through a competitive process. And the purpose of these dollars is to reduce unnecessary hospitalization, reduce incarceration, and reduce school failure for children and youth and adults who are in a mental health crisis. And so our typical response for many years has been, when someone is in a mental health crisis, we have one option, and that's typically, if you ask anybody, what should we do, call 911. Call 911, and someone either goes to jail or goes to the emergency department, where oftentimes they would wait for hours and hours and sometimes days, children and adults, for waiting there for some type of help. And so these SB 82 dollars set up a collaborative response to crisis and mental health crisis. And so typically what these look like are sheriff's departments, police departments, working together with schools or working together with hospitals, working together with peer support groups, and then creating a continuum of care so that you have something in place between mental health crisis and an emergency department. Typically there's peer respite programs or crisis stabilization units, but what we find is the better the continuum, the better these programs work. If we're trying to keep people out of jail or reduce unnecessary hospitalization or improve performance at school, we've got to have other approaches other than, you know, putting someone in the back of a police car. So it's really an expanding of programs for crisis intervention. And so round one, we, through a competitive process, we awarded 24 counties, and they ran crisis intervention programs. What children's advocates and what we discovered, and they brought to our attention, was that 17% of the funds were spent for children and youth. 17% of the $32 million per year, or $96 million over 3 years, was spent for children and youth. And so, as a result, the commission made a decision to change that in round two of the RFA through that process, and they dedicated half of the funds from 17% to, I believe it's about 53% now, to go toward programs that help children and youth 0 to 21, and a school-based triage initiative which would fund schools to better collaborate with behavioral health departments. And so in the past, this is a personnel grant, so what this money goes to is to hire personnel. This money can't be used, for instance, to build facilities or anything. It's really to hire personnel. So 340 personnel were hired, 130 peers. About 30% of the personnel hired through these grants are peers, or in some cases now family advocates, parent advocates, which we really like to see. There were, in this round of grants with the 4 programs, which I'll talk about in a second, many collaborative partners. Overall in triage, about 400 collaborative partners. It was something we incentivized in the RFA, and it's what we wanted to see because we know that collaborations work for mental health crisis. People have to be working together. What we learned through this process is, in terms of law enforcement and behavioral health departments, they don't speak the same language, and so we had some very uncomfortable meetings. Whereas, like, you know, police officers, they're in full uniform. They're like, "What are you mental health people talking about?" You know, that's not the approach. And mental health thinking, "Oh man, you're mishandling this person," and so there was a lot of work that had to happen between law enforcement and behavioral health departments. And there's a lot of work, I think, that has to happen. Maybe not as much between school districts and county office of education and behavioral health departments. So we hope for that collaboration next. Why early education mental health? There are a number of mental health disorders, as you know, that come up before the age of 14. If you consider attachment disorder, ADHD, trauma, anxiety from trauma, PTSD, depression. And so because of that, it was very important to focus on this early population. I'll skip over that. The school county collaborative triage grants. So this is, I think, why I'm here, is to talk about Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services, Tulare County Office of Education, Placer County, and a California Association of Health and Education Linked Professions, JPA. We call it CalHelp JPA. These are the 4 entities that received $5.293 million, close to $5.3 million each for 4 years to operate crisis mental health triage in their regions, in their schools. So there are 4. 17 applied, which tells you something. When that happens, we know that there's a significant need. Many times we'll put out a competitive process, and there's 3 or 4 applications who can feel like they can meet the criteria. With 17, and many good programs were not funded, and so it left us feeling like, wow, we wish we had some additional funding, and hopefully we do. We have some good news, I think, coming very soon about some additional funding for schools and mental health, and so those are the 4 programs over 4 years. And so the goal is to prevent social, emotional, and behavioral problems, we'll say challenges, and to provide early intervention and family-based services. Part of this grant is to provide training to parents around what to do when their children need help. About $3 million is dedicated to that as well. And so I have this slide here. I can barely read it myself because it's got so much information, but it outlines all of the things that these programs are going to be doing over the next 4 years. And so we're very happy about it. Not only is it these 4 programs doing school-based collaborations for mental health crisis, but there are 5 others who received funding in the 0 to 21 category. We have 3 categories. I didn't explain this. There's an adult TAE triage program, 0 to 21 triage program, and a school collaboration triage program. In the 0 to 21 group, there are 5 of those who chose to do school-based programs: Humboldt, Berkeley, Riverside, Sacramento, and San Luis Obispo. And so once again, it tells you about the need when 17 apply for schools, and then 5 of the 15 decide to spend their dollars at school. There are significant challenges to collaboration. I won't go over all these that I've put in here, but one we discovered recently is just part of language, part of the law. As we've discovered that school districts and behavioral health departments use different standards for protecting information. One is FERPA, one is HIPAA, and which one do we go with? That was a big question. And those are the things that just slow things down, and it makes it very hard to move forward. So those are the kinds of things that we're hoping that we can encounter as challenges and solve them, and then put together a roadmap. So when we did this, we set out to fund the 4 counties, or the 4 programs across the state who had excellent collaborations already in existence. And so we received some pushback on that because people felt like, well, you ought to support and fund programs that don't have collaborations. But we didn't do that because our end goal was to create a roadmap for student wellness. And so what we wanted to do is find out what counties already had great collaborations or good collaborations, which had already moved from point A to point B. And then with the funding and the 4 years and the support and the evaluation, which counties, what did they do to get from point B to point C? So at the end of this, we hope to have a roadmap that we'll be able to share with other school districts about how you get from A to B to C. And so we're very happy to have the programs on board, these 4. So at the end of this, with our evaluation that's being conducted by the Behavioral Health Centers of Excellence, we should be able to put together a roadmap that tells us how we can get beyond some of these barriers to collaboration. So the needs going forward are to increase results sharing and data, share data, regular face-to-face contact. We have to come together in meetings to meet each other and hear about programs, and then to share with each other about the different approaches that we've taken to get through some of the barriers. And so with that, I will invite Michael and Allie up, and they'll tell you about their program in Placer. This is a program that's been it's fun to go up and meet with them recently. I'm happy to say the funds are flowing. They're headed out to these programs, and so the real work can start now. Counties have been hiring, meeting with people, interviewing people, and it's exciting to see this part of it come to fruition. So with that, I'll either answer questions or pass it over.
Thank Thanks so much. I really appreciate you being here and bringing us this information. And it ties nicely with the conversation and presentations we had earlier this morning.
Yeah, great.
I have a question, and I don't know if other folks have a question before you hand it over. But does your commission oversee the allocation of the funds directly to the LEAs?
In this case, to these grantees, yes.
Okay.
We oversee that. Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, we put the application together and release that, and then we oversee the allocation. Yeah.
Fantastic. Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioners, other questions for Tom? No? Okay. Well, thank you so much.
All right.
Don't go far.
All right. Great. Sorry, here.
Hello. Thank you for having us. My name is Mike Lombardo with Placer County Office of Education.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Allie Murphy from Placer County Office of Education.
Welcome.
We are really excited to be here and equally as excited that the funds are flowing now. So,
maybe more excited.
Yeah.
It's been quite a process. But as Tom said, this is a process of learning and growing and identifying strengths and barriers for this work. So I thought I'd start out with kind of our project rationale. Tom let you know that, the sites awarded were good or really good collaborations were always already in place. So in Placer County, we have a strong collaboration. But, we know that children in schools have really complex needs. And not all of those needs, even in a county like Placer, are being met on a day-to-day basis, and families have complex needs. And we believe really strongly it's an embedded value in our agency and our leadership in our courts that integration, collaboration is the way to meet those needs, that no agency, no community provider, no one organization or school can do that alone, that it takes a collective approach. So we have a long history in Placer, all the way back to 1988. And in the process of this, I actually found the MOU from 1998 that established our system of care. And it's changed a lot over time, but we really have core values of having an integrated system from the executive county level all the way down to teams, integrated teams at the county level. Around placement, children and family services, family resources, integrated service teams that respond to crisis when there's a child welfare event. We don't have a typical mental health practitioner in Placer County or a child welfare practitioner. They're called children and family practitioners. So you could come in and work as a mental health, with your MFT, but you could end up doing social work, probation, so you get the idea. It's a really integrated system there. Integrated teams, we do a crisis resolution center. We have a new project around CSEC and sexually exploited children, an integrated team working on that. All of these items you see on the screen are really high intensity, high level, high need types of responses to our community. We have a long history of being able to braid funding in Placer County, where our probation department runs a crisis resolution center, a 6-bed, short-term, 30-day facility where family can come and work on whatever's been happening to kind of disrupt that family, at things like functional family therapy, real intensive kind of services. So in this project, it matched up really well with SB 82. We look at our system of care in Placer County and serving most intensive needs at a high level. And that's great, but it's not really preventative. How do we respond to a whole community? So when this grant application came out, our thought was to deepen our system of care, place system of care values on a school site. I'll show you an illustration in a minute where you would have an integrated team supporting children and families.
Okay. So a lot of what that looks like is we've found 6 schools in Roseville that are already have some of those values or similar ones, and we decided those would be great places to start up some wellness centers. So the wellness centers will be placed at schools all the way from elementary school through high school. There'll be 2 wellness centers at each of those levels. And in addition to that, those centers will include not only school-based staff, but also community and county behavioral health. So the goal of the program is not for schools to become mental health outpatient clinics, but for them to have a better capacity to serve mental health needs, but also collaboration with other community partners where some of our local community partners are coming in to provide services, because we know that families often have a hard time getting to appointments or being on Kaiser's long wait list. So we're building partnerships with those agencies where maybe Kaiser can come in Tuesdays and serve some of their students there rather than having to go to the clinic. So the goal really is focused, like Mike said, on prevention all the way up through crisis. And a lot of schools already have some of those higher level needs, and so a lot of what we're doing is building in prevention, but also starting to have some conversations around what that looks like, that we don't have to take a student with mental health needs and take them out of the classroom. We, as the mental health professionals, can work with school staff to see what would it look like to serve that student in your classroom. When a student has vision impairment, we don't just send them out of the classroom. We might move them up to the front seat or make something bigger on a screen, and we can do similar modifications like that for mental health needs. So we're going to help build capacity for teachers and staff to be able to do that, because they obviously didn't go to school for mental health and no one expects them to. So we're building those relationships right now.
Go back for just one second. 2 staff that were already hired in this process is Allie. So Allie works for the County Office of Education, and not with us today is Leslie Roth, who works for Behavioral Health. And Leslie works directly in our building. She has a key fob, ID, computer access. So part of this learning, and I say that part of building a demonstration program is, if you run a school district, you know how hard those things can be sometimes. How do you give a mental health person access to education, computers, and emails? And so that's all part of the learning and demonstration that we want to carry on to replicate throughout the state through this demonstration. So what does it look like at a school? It looks like this, that you'll have an integrated team with family members on that team, maybe a social worker, administrator, school psychologist. It's really a sample. When I do this presentation, sometimes people will take pictures like, that has to be the team. No, we want that team at the school site to match the ecology and need of your community. So a school 5 blocks away could be really different, and you might want different people on an integrated team. That team who's helping to support the wellness centers, and really we've kind of grown to call it more of a wellness campus, because we don't want a place on the school site where staff send a student. We want to transform an entire campus by setting up systems where we can help support children. Typically, if you see me present, I have 80 million triangles, and we'll get to it, but a multi-tiered system, and I think that was the vision of the previous special education report, to have a multi-tiered system where we're doing prevention, early intervention, intensive intervention across a continuum, using data for decision making, understanding how to really use data. So we're not admiring the data, we're not just collecting it to report to the OAC or to report to CDE, but data that can be used to help support kids and families and program outcomes. Are we implementing programs well? So to use fidelity data, make sure we're doing what we said we were going to do. And then identify and install appropriate practices that students have access to. Not 20 days from now, 60 days from now, but immediate access to on-site, or get them support in the community.
I actually wore my badge today to show you all that I have a PCOE badge and also a Placer County Behavioral Health badge. So I have access to both buildings as well as my partner Leslie does. And that's just one way that we're trying to show how to break down those barriers, because things like that can really get in the way of collaboration. So who will be involved? So one of the really exciting pieces, and Tom mentioned this, was the importance of having parent partners and liaisons to work with families. So we're in the process of hiring 6 family and youth community liaisons. Most of those people either have lived experience or have significant experience working with local resources. 4 of the 6 liaisons are bilingual and bicultural, and all of these staff will work with families to help them overcome barriers that impact their students' education and mental health. That could include signing the parent up for their own mental health services, or accessing substance use services, or accessing housing. At the high school level, it could also look like working directly with youth, because by that point we know they're differentiating from their families on some level. So running youth empowerment groups, helping with some transitional aged youth skills to make sure that they're having a smooth transition from high school to beyond. We'll also have 5 mental health specialists. So originally we had put out to have school social workers, and I'll explain a little later the barrier to that, but we were able to broaden the title to mental health specialist, which includes not just social workers, but also licensed marriage and family therapists. All of those people have experience working with youth and working with schools, but what's really exciting about this is historically MFTs have not been in the schools very much, but in their programs they often work with youth and families in schools as frequently as social workers do, so we're excited to bring both of those professions together and have them work collaboratively in the school districts. Mike already mentioned the program coordinator and clinical supervisor, and also talked about the importance of this not just being a wellness center, but a wellness campus. We already have places around the state where you can put a student if they're having challenges in their classroom, and that place will still exist. We're really excited about these wellness centers being welcoming, friendly environments for students, staff, and family to come with comfy furniture, and some of the wellness centers that already exist have like free hot tea for students to access and things like that. So we want to reduce the stigma by having this be a welcoming environment, but also pushing into classrooms quite a bit, which will also help reduce stigma, that this is not about a certain amount of students who have mental health issues, but really that everybody can be mentally well. And what does that look like? That might look like lunchtime yoga for anybody to access, or doing Mindful Mondays where we start off the morning announcements with practicing mindfulness. And that's something everybody can access. Okay, so this is the magical triangle that Mike was talking about.
It just makes sense.
Are you all familiar with PBIS and MTSS? Okay, great. So our wellness model will still work in this framework, because that's really the great part about MTSS and PBIS, is you can put lots of things in it. And so on the next slide, you'll see here from this triangle, we have some examples of what interventions might be at each level. So down here on Tier 1, we might do things like parent education classes, pushing into classrooms or recess to do observation, providing presentations to staff and families. And then on the second tier, maybe doing some triage with the parent or guardian, identifying barriers to the student's success, really using data to drive our decisions here. Why are we putting this student in this group? What data do we have to show that would be a good decision? And then providing some groups like ART and cognitive behavioral groups. And then the third tier, a lot of that could be home visits, providing on-site counseling. But I think the big piece here that's so important is that to ensure that this is a demonstration project that lots of counties could have the capacity to do is not that we have tons of therapists who can see students for 12, 16 weeks on end, but that we're linking students and families to community partners who can provide those services ongoing. Because we also want to make sure that when we're not in school, especially in these hot summer months, that these students have community resources that they can access for therapy and for counseling, and that they're not just relying on the school to do that.
What are ART groups?
Oh, thank you. Aggression replacement training. Yes, thank you.
Psychoeducational, focused on building social skills. Also branded as Teach and Pro-Social Skills, TPS training. One of our requirements before I move to the next slide is that all schools had to have been implementing PBIS prior to having a wellness center. And our rationale for that was to have a strong framework already in place, values of decision making, the data system. So we wanted to have a base understanding of how you can create systems change at a school environment. So some of our early wins, we've been very fortunate in Placer County to have that long-standing collaboration with behavioral health and the Mental Health Services Act. In fact, in Placer County, my office coordinates the suicide prevention services for the county. So we set up all the trainings for ASSIST, mental health first aid, Cognito. We have a consortium of trainers across the county that come together and deploy out. So there's less confusion having multiple independent providers, but that's coordinated through the education department rather strategically too, because we're able to front load that knowledge and skills into this project prior to the wellness centers actually opening. We were able to, Ali's already talked about, hire the appropriate staff. And just a note about that, I've hired a lot of staff in my career and have been stunned at the quality of individuals who have applied for these jobs, particularly the family and youth liaisons who come with so much experience. So that I see as a very early win as well. We're nearing completion of organizing our mental health services. AB 2022 required that every school district, middle school through high school, set up a system to allow families to understand what mental health services are provided by the school and in the community. We went to our superintendents and said, rather than the 19 school districts doing that independently in Placer County, will you let the county office organize a web-based system to support that? So that system will launch in August. So as children move from school to school or district to district, they'll have a repository where they can find services across the entire county. Also, we're on the verge of launching a program called Handle with Care, which is really an information notification system. If a child's experienced trauma, their life, a law enforcement or child welfare services can go on a website, say that Michael's family was detained by probation last night. What ends up going to the school district is a notice that says, please handle with care. And so they don't say exactly what the trauma might have been, but just notifying that I might be out of sorts that day, or that perceived disrespect could be because I had a bad night, I haven't eaten, I've been up all night, maybe child welfare services removed me. Handle with care. So that will launch probably in August as well. So we're really excited about that. Every county in the state should have this. And a big thank you to Stanislaus County for providing us all the code for the computer system that you need to do that. We've had some barriers along the way.
Yes, yeah. So starting with the timing of the grant meant that when we were ready to hire staff, it was mid-school year, and that's a really challenging time to hire staff. So we didn't find a lot of applicants.
They all got jobs.
Yeah. So we had to be really patient, and that also gave us time to rewrite a job description for a mental health specialist. I think that in the long run, the waiting was worth it. We found some amazing people, but that was definitely a challenge. There also aren't a lot of staff in California who have a pupil personnel services, the PPS. So the grad programs don't really talk about getting that as much, and partly because recently there haven't been a ton of jobs available at schools when you also have a mental health degree. So I think that's changing, and the PPS might mean that lots more people are getting that, but so far it's been a little bit slim pickings here. Also, 2 of the schools, the high schools, have already started a wellness center project that looks a little bit different than the project we're working on. And so we're blending those programs together, and that's created some challenges because they've already started, and now we're coming in and trying to figure out how these programs work with one another. Also, the reduction of funding meant that we had to cut 2 of the schools we had originally had for the grant. In addition, because it is a staffing grant, like Tom said, we're facing some challenges with things like furnishing the wellness spaces and trainings for staff and things like that, because those types of fundings aren't included in the grant. And then space and scheduling, working with 2 different school districts, 6 different spaces, making sure that we're having meetings that include probation, behavioral health, the schools, our county office of ed. It's a lot of scheduling, and everyone has been really flexible and adaptable, and it still is just a logistical struggle sometimes. And then helping schools and the county understand that this is not a quick fix. It's going to take years for us to be able to make these system changes. And I think sort of pacing ourselves as well. It's exciting to look at what this could look like at the end and figuring out what are all those steps before. We're not going to be at that pot of gold quite yet.
Speaking of the pot of gold funding, what's not on here is, you all know as well as everybody in the room, we have a complex system in California for Medi-Cal, MA, LEA, MA, MHSA, local control resources. It is dizzying to even look at how a school could do this work. What I'm excited about this grant is it's going to give 4 counties an opportunity to help figure that out. So rural California, that I'm very passionate about, they don't have the resources, time, or energy or expertise to figure out how do you bill EPSDT, how do you really use and leverage MA, how do you do these things? So a real goal of this project is to identify how can you have that braided funding strategy go to Alpine County or Fresno or Shasta and have a model where they can work with behavioral health and other entities to build this center, these projects together. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that information. I have a question before I open it up to commissioners. So when you were setting up this system, and you're right, I think our system in California is very complex, and I think some of us have, like Christina demonstrated, she has a high level of expertise with how those models are integrated. Others of us are still learning. How did you guys get that expertise in order to put these programs together?
A bit of a journey. So
sure.
In my previous life, I was actually the assistant director for our children's system of care and behavioral health. About 10 years ago, I moved to education.
I see.
Understanding EPSDT in any county has its nuances and complexities about how that county behavioral health department chooses and what they allow. Healthcare reform changed that system a lot, where counties are required now to only serve the most intensive, while healthcare providers serve mild to moderate. In between, there's a sort of fuzzy definition, and I would say it's interpreted 58 different ways across the state. Yeah. No county is the same. And that's just one example of how complicated it is.
Right.
If I'm a school administrator, I just want Allie to get services. Right. I don't care about all of this complexity. So, it's kind of, I see it as a responsibility of ours in this grant to work with state agencies and others interested in this work and projects like Breaking Barriers to come up with solutions for schools, so we can go to places like El Dorado County and say, this is how you do it. This is how a county can organize within, what your tolerance levels are for billing and change, and make this happen for students.
Nice.
I just want to add too, before I was working in mental health, I was a teacher, and then I worked for a community provider as a therapist, and then for the county, and now I'm back in education. So I think some of it is just, in Placer County, we have a lot of people who have worn a lot of different hats, but really the thing that gives us that I think anybody can emulate is learning the language of that other system, because that has been so important to go into a school and know that when I'm talking about mental health, I need to talk about it in a different way than I would talk about it with another therapist.
Right.
Allie was actually the compliance officer for Sutter County, which piques my interest. So when you're building a team, you have all kinds of people on that team, and her previous expertise was helpful.
Fantastic. Commissioners, questions? Yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
So I just wanted to go back to Allie's point about the pupil services, the PPS credential, because I've run into the exact same thing. So this is more of a comment just for people in the room who have more power than I do, that if there's some way that a highly qualified like marriage and family therapist who's already put in like thousands of clinical hours, if we could find an easier way to get them an interim credential so that they could be eligible for hire in a school, it would open up a lot of doors for schools that are actively looking for and now reducing to candidates who have to have a PPS credential, you're looking at sometimes just one person that you have to choose from, even though the best person doesn't have that. So there really needs to be some kind of solution here if we're really going to scale mental health services to students, because they're not going to make a ton of money, and then we're asking them to go back to school after they've already spent so much time doing clinical hours. So just to be aware of that. Thanks.
Thank you for saying that. And I just want to add that I think there's sometimes a misconception that MFTs, what their experience is after they're done, and because they have to get those 3,000 hours before they're licensed, they're often working in community-based settings with really high needs families and students. So I think you're right that is there. Yes, and that experience is there. Yeah,
right. And then one last question I have: if I were someone that was interested in knowing where in the state, like which counties have ventured into this work and to what extent, is there a master list somewhere that shows maybe a continuum of engagement in these types of discussions?
There is. There's the four projects, but MHS, the OAC has a pretty comprehensive website.
Oh,
to
great.
show how MHSA resources are being used.
Wonderful.
There's no education system showing how far along folks have gotten.
No, I can share this list. This is on our website, and then the additional school-based programs are on there as well.
Oh, fantastic. Great. Well, thank you all. Appreciate your time and appreciate the work that you're doing, and hope that you're open to questions if folks reach out to you after the presentation. Great. Thank you so much. Okay, commissioners, we are welcome back. We are moving on. Before we move into item number 4, let's see. I'd love to give Dr. Sandoval an opportunity to do her update and just what? No, it's okay. It's all good. My light won't go off. Dr. Sandoval, welcome. Thank you for the work, the liaison work you do for us, and always representing the work of the Commission so well. So love to hear your update.
Thank you so much. I have a brief update. The State Board of Education met last month, and prior to the meeting, there was a study session on the College and Career Indicator, and staff of the department presented information on the history and the construction of the indicator and the upcoming work to refine it even further. And as you all commissioners have heard, the department has been working with local education agencies to collect data on workability program completion of transition programs offered by the Department of Rehabilitation, and work-based learning experiences to accurately capture the college and career readiness opportunities available to students with disabilities. And I want to thank each and every member of this commission for highlighting these opportunities very early on in the development of this indicator process. So thank you to all of you for the work you do here and the tons of work you do in between meetings and in your different roles. Another topic that came up last month was a waiver request from 2 school districts requesting to become single district SELPAs. And members of the board raised concerns about the board's existing SELPA size and scope policy. And there was a discussion about needing to make sure that the way we look at districts asking to become their own SELPA is aligned to a broader accountability system. And the board directed department staff to look at the data available on LEAs, SELPAs, and students with disabilities, and to bring recommendations to the board on how to improve our policy in this particular area. And the other request made of staff was to engage with stakeholders, and we look forward to having a conversation at the Advisory Commission on this topic in the future. So thank you very much, again, to each and every one of you for all that you're doing.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Sandoval. Okay, we are moving on to item number 4, and this is our panel discussion on the diploma options for students with disabilities. So we are doing a little bit of shuffling so that we can bring our panelists up to the dais. So I would, yeah, right. So I'd like to welcome Sue Sawyer, Layla Rondow, Richard Rosenberg, and Liz Zastro. Welcome to the dais. Welcome to the commission. We're getting cozy in here. Great. Well, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Sue Sawyer, and I want to thank the Commission for allowing us to share some of the findings we have. We have a PowerPoint that we're going to go through rather quickly to give you the background and some of the information as to the rationale as to some of the issues around the high school diploma for students with disabilities. So let's see if we can make this work. Right, okay. All right. This presentation is by the California Transition Alliance, and our goal as a nonprofit is to support youth-serving professionals who assist youth and families as they transition to secondary education to adult life. We accomplish this by hosting institutes, we do workshops, we create resources, and one of the things that we started in 2016 is taking a look at the high school diploma issues for students with disabilities. We formed a statewide work group that was made up of LEAs from rural and urban areas, from a SELPA director and a member of the transition committee, county office personnel, the Alliance, and charter schools. So we took a look at all aspects of the high school diploma, and we're here to share some of the information that we gained. In 2016, when we started this work, the numbers of students with IEPs who were earning diplomas within a 4-year cohort was 65%. That has gone up to 73%, and we're pleased with the growth. About 14% are still classified as dropouts, and 82% of non-disabled students earn a diploma. So how do we increase the number of students with IEPs who earn diplomas? How do we reduce the dropout rates and increase graduation rates? And how do we focus on the diploma impact regarding transition? So what happens to the youth if they lack a diploma? The personal impact is a lack of confidence. It could affect their confidence and optimism. It could have caused doubts, negative perceptions of self-worth. It can cause you to actually not have the minimum qualifications to go to work and fill out job applications, and you face employer bias. You don't qualify for some types of financial aid from colleges and other post-secondary institutions, and you lack the opportunity to apply for some scholarships. You don't meet the qualifications for post-secondary education and training. So you face barriers to achieve successful outcomes and end up in jobs that are in danger of becoming automated and affected by robotics and artificial intelligence. Bloomberg did a study, and they said which jobs are the best paying and least vulnerable, the lower paying and least vulnerable to automation, the best paying and highly vulnerable to automation, and low paying and most vulnerable to automation. And what they concluded is many of the jobs for students who leave school and lack a diploma have the only option for the low pay, low skilled jobs, don't provide a living wage, and are susceptible to automation. So we really have a struggle in terms of the preparation for life after high school when these factors happen. We also took a look at what the job market tells us in terms of training requirements. And it's about 36% that require jobs in the United States right now require a BA or higher. And it's about 30% that require an associate degree or some college, but not a degree. And then it's about 36% of those jobs that are the low-paying, low-wage jobs that that have to do with the no diploma or less. So the diploma is essentially a ticket to work. 90% of employers, this is from Career Builders, 90% of employers prefer to hire youth with a diploma. 47% prefer to hire people with college. And the reason for that is they think that that's an indicator that it's worth the investment for training. And 66% of jobs require a diploma and post-secondary education and training. FAFSA eligibility requires a high school diploma, and it's required a GED, but the federal definition for a diploma says the GED doesn't qualify, so they're going back to the GED being an indicator that you have the ability to benefit. There is a stipulation in FAFSA that says that if you have a student with a significant intellectual disability, you can have access to financial aid even though you don't have a diploma if you're going into a program that meets your needs. So a quick quiz. When do we start to make the decision as to whether or not this person's headed for a diploma? Any ideas? That decision is made by the third grade. The whole concept of starting early, the California Transition Alliance point of view is if you wait till you're 16 to start thinking transition, you're 15 years too late. And so we really need to work with parents and we really need to work with the school systems to understand that if you place a student on a less academic track at the third grade, they're not going to have the skill sets to earn the diploma as they progress through the rest of the educational system. And we want all students to leave school prepared for employment. School means all your education. So if I have a youth in college, I still want them to go to work someday. Hanging out in the basement, not an option. So preparation really needs to start young. And we know there are 3 variables that impact whether or not a youth believes in themselves. And the first one is hope, that sense of optimism about their future. Confidence in themselves, and trust they have resources. And when we work with youth, and they don't have any hope, and they can't see a future for themselves, they're not going to set a plan. Why set a plan and jeopardize yourself and believe you're going to fail that plan? If they don't have confidence in their own abilities, and they don't have tangible pieces of evidence to prove that they can do something, then why would they set a goal? And if they have those 2 things, but they don't trust that there are any resources available, sometimes those resources are adult allies, sometimes those resources are financial, sometimes those resources are food, clothing, and shelter. But if one of those is missing, then they're not going to set a goal, and it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy that they can't do anything and go anywhere. If the final destination after completing secondary and post-secondary education is employment, then we need to equip all students with academic skills and technical skills and soft skills. We need to start early, and our expectations of the youth need to be examined. We have a video to play for you that kind of highlights this. As we went around and we're doing presentations on the high school diploma, and we've done it to school districts, we've done it to SECO, we've done it to SELPA, and we've been in a variety of forums, one of the things that kept coming up was expectations. Statements like, oh, I knew in the 2nd grade this child could never receive a diploma. And that self-fulfilling thing on the part of adults in their lives were a thing that we worried about. So we invited some students to bust our myths.
Oh, okay, it's coming. All right.
Okay, so we're here today. We're going to create a series of PSAs about busting myths on people with disabilities.
one of the biggest myths out there, I feel, is that all disabled are mentally indeficient. Some of the kids with disabilities like me can't hide that. They're there for the whole world to see.
For a lot of people, when they see us with a disability, especially with a physical disability, they think that we have limitations, right? And in some ways, we do have limitations. For myself, I can do a few things better than a lot of people, and I can do a few things worse than a lot of people, right? Just like anyone else.
Well, like always thinking that people with disabilities, mental disabilities, physical disabilities, that they'll never be able to do what a regular person can do. Because that's the one thing that everybody's always dealt with throughout their whole lives. They've always had experiences where somebody's going to tell you, oh, you're not good enough for this, you can't do that, you won't be able, you're not mentally able to do something. Right now, you see people in the disabled Olympics running with the mechanical feet, and they run 100 meters or even more sometimes.
I would say that another myth is people only without disabilities go to college.
Like, people don't think you could achieve it. Like, they'll just think you'll just not being on their own. I always wanted to go to college, but I've always heard that people with disabilities don't go to college. And like, students like with me, like, they didn't really seem to care, like, what like, if you were going to go to college or not. They, like, praise more of the AP students, kind of.
In the second grade, I had a teacher who told me that I should be institutionalized because she thought I was never going to make it. It was just going to get harder and harder and harder. But my 3.57 GPA, I think, has proved that one out.
I remember years I would be asking my mom, do you think I'll ever drive? And she said, well, your brain works differently than others, and so if you wanted to drive, it might take a very long time. I really wanted that freedom of being able to drive and to have that big accomplishment in my life. And so I took home the manual from my school. I got an 18 out of 19 on my permit, and then I did 9 months of driving lessons, and now I'm a licensed driver.
It is a myth for people with Down syndrome.
Are not athletic.
It's a myth that people with autism don't have feelings.
It's a myth that people with ADHD can't carry a conversation.
It is a myth that people with autism cannot live independently.
It is a myth that people with autism can't hold a job.
Just like you, some of us lack self-confidence.
Just like you, some of us wish that we had more friends.
Just like you, some of us feel alone in the world. I think no matter what, if you know in your guts this is what you're supposed to do, try not to let those other voices get in your head, right? Try not to always focus on the negative. And really, there's no limit. Like, impossible is nothing. You can do anything you want.
And it is our job as representatives of the sort to prove that we can do it, that we can succeed, and that the disabled are capable.
Okay, how do I switch it back to? Okay, so we really need to build up expectations. We need to work with people to have them examine the expectations. We have to deal with the federal definition of a high school diploma. It is awarded to the preponderance of students in the state, fully aligned with state standards or a higher diploma, not aligned with alternative academic achievement standards, does not include a GED, a certificate of completion, or attendance or similar less credential, such as a diploma based on meeting IEP goals. And the vast majority of students with disability should have the access to the same high quality academic coursework as other students in the state. So this is the status of diplomas in the state of California. When we went down this path, I thought, well, there's a local control issue, so every LEA in the state can define the diploma, but I thought maybe there was one that the state had. Well, we have the CDE State Diploma Course of Study. We have Gold Seal Merit Diplomas. We have the LEA's Diploma. We have Diploma Plus for the alternative students. We have the high school proficiency exam, which doesn't now meet the criteria for the diploma as defined by the federal government. And then we have adult diplomas. And then outside of school, you can go to the One Stop, the America's Job Center, and take a test and earn something that qualifies as a diploma similar to the GED. So in the California, we took a look at what the California course requirements are. And California Department of Education has the course requirements that are the minimum expectations. The CTE Pathway Initiative took the California course requirements and said we're going to not require visual arts or foreign language. We're going to do a concentration on career technical education classes, and then we have the A to G system. And when we talk about CalPADS, we're talking about the A to G system and the CTE pathway as the two predominant ways to earn the diploma. And
Can I make one quick clarification? Can you go back one slide?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure that everyone's on the same page that the state doesn't issue diplomas, though. So when you say California State Diploma, right, that local districts do, but no, there is no actual state diploma. That was news to me as a parent. I thought there was a state diploma. And
right. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons we just talk about the course requirements, the minimum standards. So in Ed Code, there is also a stipulation that there are alternative means for earning the diploma. And traditionally, the alternative means has been used for alternative students, or students attending alternative schools. So we've got practical demonstrations of skills and competency, career technical education classes, supervised work experience, interdisciplinary studies, courses offered by the ROPs, centers and programs. We have independent study. We have credits earned at a post-secondary institution. And this is the status of college and career readiness based on the dashboard. And you can see that 42% of all students are meeting college and career standards or indicators. Homeless population is 24%. Students with disabilities is 9%. Foster youth is 10%, and English learners is 14%. So there are a group of students that are really jeopardized and struggle to meet those high academic standards. And this is the system we have. If you're walking down a hallway at a school, you can encounter a student that says, hey, I'm taking A to G classes. I plan to go to university. I love it. I'm where I want to be. Another person says, oh, I'm in the career technical ed pathway. I want to attend the community college and work. Another person says, I'm in foster care. I just moved here. I qualify for a diploma that requires fewer classes because foster youth only have to meet the state course of study. My EL classes are helping me qualify because EL is where you find universal design for learning and differentiated instruction and personalized learning. Then there's I am earning a diploma through independent study and work experience. So the expectations are all around us. But the student with an IEP might say, I have an IEP. I can't pass foreign language or science or math, so I can't graduate with a diploma. And we have students with disabilities that are 12% of the homeless are students with disabilities, 16% of English learners are students with disabilities, 12% of socioeconomically disadvantaged youth are students with disabilities, 25% of foster youth are youth with disabilities. So the other thing that we have told people is if you have a student with an IEP who is a foster youth, check to see if that person qualifies for the diploma because they're a foster youth. And one of the reasons and districts started really looking at that. So that's one of the variables that increase the rate. So we suggest making existing diploma options available to our students who are struggling to achieve the A to G requirements. And everything we have suggested is in Ed Code, and you have the document, the high school diploma, and it has the definition of what a high school diploma is. It has the definition of the alternative diploma, and it has our recommendations for the diploma. 4B. So recent reports and a Supreme Court ruling tell us all students need the opportunity to learn academic standards. The Supreme Court ruling, Andrew versus Douglas County School District, stipulated that students need to have the opportunity to learn. And there's a report by the Hirschlinger study that says if 85 to 90% of students with IEPs have average intelligence or higher, nationally, why are only 65% earning a diploma? And are all students granted the opportunity to learn? Are teachers adequately trained with elements of universal design and MTSS? And the lessons that we learned when we explored those districts that were successful, that had a 90% success rate in giving students with IEPs diplomas within the 4-year cohort, we found administrators who are committed for diplomas for all in multiple pathways, support staff development with universal design, differentiated instruction and accommodation, common standards for students, early intervention and credit recovery, and they believe that the certificate of completion is not equivalent to a diploma. So the legal issues around the diploma are that if a student who graduates from high school with a regular standard diploma, they no longer qualify for special education. And LEA is obligated to issue a diploma when the student meets those standards. Some of us have said, you know, they're just not quite ready yet. Let's hold back and give it to them later. Or let's make them take a class later so they qualify. And the reality of it is, if you're waiting for the student to reach that maturity level, then we probably have a problem because nobody's quite ready at 18 to get on with their lives. So that's probably not a good idea. And when a student meets graduation requirements, there are some legal requirements about notifying parents. Neither the achievement of IEP goals nor academic proficiency at the 12th grade level is required for graduation with a standard diploma. And then we have the alternative diploma option. And the federal government defined the alternative diploma for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities in the cohort, assessed using alternative assessment, and awarded a state-defined alternative diploma. So one of the things we are here to explore is what should that state-defined alternative diploma look like? It's standards-based, it's aligned with the state requirements for a high school diploma, and obtained within a time frame for which the state ensures the availability of free and appropriate education, and shall not include any student awarded a GED, a certificate of completion, or certificate of attendance. So it's almost like you've got the standard diploma, the alternative diploma, and then the possibility of the certificate. Students are eligible for federal financial aid if they have the high school diploma, and because the GED is no longer considered a standard equivalent to the diploma, it's considered an ability to benefit indicator. The exception is if youth have an intellectual disability and are enrolled or accepted in a comprehensive transition and post-secondary program, they can access financial aid without the diploma. And we have 8 programs that are called College to Career programs that are aligned with the university, and we have another 8 universities throughout the state, colleges and universities throughout the state that have those kinds of programs available. So Every Student Succeeds Act also stipulates that only students with the most significant cognitive disabilities should receive the alternative diploma, and that should be comprised of no more than 1% of students graduating in the state. So on the sheet, you also have our suggestions for an alternative diploma ed code language that we can discuss. And the certificate of completion is not a diploma, and there is no place, once you get that certificate of completion, the next environment doesn't recognize it. So if you have a diploma, you can go to work, you can continue your education. There's no place to go with that certificate of completion. It has little or no value. But there is, if you have to issue a certificate, there is a need to define what the certificate is and the expectations related to academic standards. Having a transition portfolio could be an option, or meeting industry certifications. And we believe that the certificate of completion should really be a local education agency decision. And they can also choose to label their diplomas and award a diploma of distinction and award the blue diploma and the yellow diploma, whatever they want to do. That should be a local decision. Okay? And that's the information we have to share regarding legal. On this document, we talk about what the requirements are. We would recommend that basically, if we have the A to G for all youth, and we have the CTE pathway for all youth, and there are some youth that can earn the diploma through the state course of study definitions, that maybe we should add the students with disabilities to that list, so they would have all the options. So you would have multiple pathways. And then the alternative diploma is for those who have significant cognitive disabilities. We also suggest that there should be language that says that the individual may demonstrate satisfactory completion of a course of study when instructional methodology includes universal design for learning, differentiated instruction, and contextual learning, and the student may utilize accommodations to meet their learning needs. We recommend that language because we have had people say no student who is included in general ed with an IEP should have a C. Should only have a C. So there are principals and superintendents that are stipulating that to the general ed teachers. So we wanted to clarify that if you use accommodations, you should. We don't use the term modified curriculum. We believe in... Pardon? What? If a student is in your class and they have an IEP, the highest grade you can grant them is a C.
Let me clarify too. This is mythology. In every single place I've been, sort of out in the world where they had Q&As, this question came up from teachers, and the question was, if you're not doing the same level, the same amount of work, or the same level of work, or you have some kind of accommodation, like time, yes, that you could not earn the same grade in the class. And so obviously that is a myth that we're dispelling. That is not true or accurate. So what she's saying is it is happening, and so how do we need to be busting that myth.
Right. I think the other myth is that the students who are in the A to G classes and academic achievers earn all their grades through a lot of hard work, and these kids are getting some lesser. I have asked students who are in the A to G courses, what do you think about that? Is that fair? The response was typically, how does what anybody else gets affect me in any way? I have my test scores. I have colleges recruiting me. I have the A to G courses nailed. And those other students need to go to work. They've got to have a diploma. So that's from the standpoint of the students. So when we talk about this, we don't talk about modified curriculum because we believe differentiated instruction is sufficient. When we talk about the alternative diploma, we do talk about modified curriculum. We also believe that when we talk about the demonstrations of skills and competencies, when we use the alternative means language, it should include the things that are on the dashboard like pre-apprenticeship programs, industry certifications, workforce readiness skills, and those kinds of things. Okay? And now we can open it to our conversation. Are there any questions on this part?
Questions, folks?
Okay.
Before we do questions, or when we do, I just have to, with passion and years of experience, for 35 years I worked for Whittier Union as a vocational counselor. I was blessed to have Workability, TPP, other grants, partnerships, the Cal Promise Project. But what was killing us was jobs were a priority. in order to navigate getting a job, the minute they were sentenced to a non-diploma track, they were sentenced to poverty. And I say that out of reality and passion because it is true. Our kids now have to go online, fill out the application online. Many of the applications are very black and white. Do you have a high school diploma? Not did you finish high school. We can check that one okay. But do you have a high school diploma? And my son and others are not able to check that at this point. The other passion that I want to share is that we are excited. Special Ed that is coming out in the immediate near future. Thank you, team. We have an article about the two men that were part of the video, but we also have a flow chart of where are we at in transition. And the ultimate goal is employment. Employment, employment, employment. Could be competitive integrated employment where we do provide supports and what that looks like. The other passion is I want to work. I know I can if I have a diploma. So as a parent of a young man with Down syndrome and autism who just got a certificate, when he fills out the online application at Joann's Fabrics, he does not make it to the green light. So as a vocational counselor forever, being in this room a number of times, it just makes sense for when I look at little babies with Down syndrome or a child who was just identified with autism, we don't want to sentence them to not being able to have a job. And we want that to start early and progress through life. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, April.
Thank you for that video and the presentation. It was wonderful. And I have to say it touches home because I'm newer on this commission and I'm love being here and getting all the wonderful information. But it's not a beginning for me because I do have a daughter that's 16 now with Down syndrome, and the first one that just became a cheerleader for El Dorado High School and with a disability that has Down syndrome and autistic. And I have to tell you, we have 3 children, 2 younger than her, and I have to tell you that when we ask her what she wants, she says she wants to graduate and that she wants to go to college. And it touches me a little bit because I don't know what that looks like. And her friends, and Bella is integrated into typical classrooms. She's got support. We've never treated her any different than the others. And we tell her she's going to do the things that she wants to do and to reach her potential, whatever that is, and her friends also. So they say the same thing. They have technology. They're using technology so much better than I do. I look at her and think, oh, wow. So it's not just my daughter, but in the community, we're very active in our community. So when I look at that and I go back and say, well, what does that look like? A certificate. I don't ever use the word certificate in my house with any of my children. So it's wonderful to see that. I sometimes I don't wish she was 3 years old again, or any of my kids, when it says it's got to start at 3. But hopefully we'll move quicker for all those that want to go on to that next level, to go to college, and what that looks like. I'm excited. I truly am excited.
Some blessed times. We
yes,
have a blueprint. We have a collaboration between Kristen, Joe Xavier, Nancy with DDS.
Yep.
And we have the community colleges, 4-year colleges, opening their doors more than we ever did before.
Yeah. So just thank you for that presentation.
You will go to college and have a job.
Thank you, April. Questions, comments? I want to thank you for bringing up the special ed. Oh, I'm sorry, Christina. I'll finish and then, sorry, I didn't see your hand. Thank you for bringing up the special ed. I appreciated that, and thank you to Mary Grady for the work that you do on that. And this edition specifically really appreciated the content. So glad you raised that. And then I wondered, is there already guidance out there in the world on the myth that you all have articulated exists around grading? There's a guidance. Is there guidance from the department that we could point to? Okay. So it's not a matter of whether or not guidance exists. It's around.
It's just not. It's not getting out there. That's the bottom line, and it needs to be in really simple language.
Great.
Sounds like something we might want to do some guidance around.
Yeah.
We'll look at that.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, Christina, please.
I just want to say that I really appreciate the work you guys continue to do, even as you're retired, and still really passionate about everything that you do. As a person with a disability and as somebody who runs a youth program and has known you guys in a variety of different ways, I really appreciate it. And my organization and the organizations I represent have never been fans of alternative certificates or diplomas, and we believe in equality. And I absolutely support you guys, and CFILC supports you in this advocacy journey to make sure that we get students with all types of disabilities on the right track. Yes, Barbara.
And isn't it wonderful that we're moving in that direction? Because when I started with you guys 30 years ago, there was not even a thought. Well, that's a long time, guys. There wasn't even a thought this way. There wasn't even a thought this way. And so it's wonderful that we are moving this way. And it is a shame that we can't put the CTE with the regular and let children get a diploma by using both of them. That would be a wonderful thing if we could do that. It would be a wonderful way to allow children, adults, teenagers, whatever we're calling them, to be able to get a diploma by putting those two together. Because what's important, as we talk about, we're getting away from grades and we're going to other things, it's the mastery. It's not the grades you get. It's the mastery of the information you need to take you forward in your life. So
one of the reasons that we recommended the course of study at the state level is because it has visual and performing arts, and it also has the issue of foreign language. And there are some students that are extremely talented who may have an IEP. So we said any of those three would work as opposed to just the career pathway. So, but it's including the career pathway. And we need to do a lot of work in engaging more youth in that career technical pathway system.
I agree. And, the one thing you said at the beginning that you started out with was this is about expectations. And I recently did an 1.5-hour keynote, I couldn't believe it, on expectations. That was the theme of my presentation for the Parent Training Information Centers. And I think that is where it actually lies, is in expectations with providers, with medical professionals, with parents, families, teachers, anybody. And until we start giving people and treating people like they all have expectations, it's not going to change. You guys know that through my journey with my daughter before she passed away, I said preschool when you said how early do you get on the college track, because I went into that preschool class and I said she's going to college. And so there was never any doubt in anybody's mind which track she was going to be on. But I think that you're right. If people don't have expectations from the get-go, they'll never have expectations.
So true. Yes, Kimberly, Havania, Summer.
I was going to touch on that very same thing, Christina, and thank you. And there was something that happened a few weeks ago that just really touched me in a very different way. I think differently than it would have touched me even 6 months ago. And I don't know why. It's just those things that you learn along the journey. But I think we've all seen the young man that sang on America's Got Talent or whatever it was. Yeah. And it was so interesting because people were in tears and there was, all this hoopla, and I thought, what, he sang beautifully. But why are we crying? And I think we're crying because we're surprised, and it's guilt or whatever compilation of things we have. I think we're crying because we have low expectations and we're shocked and surprised by the talent that's shown, which is just ridiculous. And so it really frustrated me. And then someone showed me this wonderful YouTube by Stella Young called "I'm Not Your Inspiration." Mm-hmm. And I thought, oh my gosh, here we go again. Okay, so I'm on a track here. And I just realized, and I want to say thank you for those comments, because I do think that this boils down to low expectations. The second that they walk into an IEP meeting, it's how are we going to protect you, and how are we going to find you the easy path, instead of how are we going to look for the things that we can do to make maybe a difficult path accessible and doable. And it's just, this, in the simplest form, is a local decision. This is not something outside of a district's purveyor or ability to do. It's just simply deciding to do it. And if we don't, shame on us. So.
Very nice. Thank you. Yes, Havania.
I just want to make sure that our parents really understanding what track their students are on when they're in high school. Do they really understand the difference between the diploma track versus the alternate curriculum or alternate certificate track? I had a parent of a child who is in her late 30s approach me a couple years ago and asked me, Havania, because she knows that I'm in the education field, she asked me, Havania, does my child have a diploma? She was trying to figure out and grapple with what her child, who's an adult woman, actually had. And she was applying for a job and she wanted to figure it out. And this is a parent of a adult woman in her late 30s trying to figure this out. Do parents really understand what they're obtaining?
If I could
beforehand, or when they actually obtain it? Do they even really know when they have it in their hand too?
No. I mean, I think the answer is often no. And I'm Leela. I'm from Los Angeles Unified. One of the things, we get calls a lot from students who have graduated who want to get a copy of their diploma. And when we go through the records, we find that it's actually a certificate of completion. And I think that goes back to what Richard was saying earlier about when you're filling out those job applications to Target, to any variety of employers, that's usually one of the first questions is, do you have a diploma? So we've put our students in a position where they're either lying to check the box yes, or not lying intentionally, but maybe don't realize that they don't have a diploma.
And another thing is they're attending this wonderful ceremony, right? They bring their parents, their friends, they have the cap and the gown. And what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah.
You know, and so they're just not understanding, hey, I went to a graduation, I was there, you know, and then what I got for my child is not obtained, you know.
Yes, thank you for that. Appreciate that. I have Summer, Kayla, and then Janine, but before we do that, I realized we didn't hear from each of you about who you are and where you are in the world. So if you don't mind, we'd love to have you just introduce yourselves and where you're from. And we know from the Alliance, Transition Alliance, but tell us what other hats you wear.
Good afternoon. I'm Liz Zastor. I'm from Lodi Unified School District. I'm a program specialist and proud to be a board member for the Alliance. We're just here. We come to work and we're passionate about what we do. But while I have the quick mic, I just really want to say that the expectation that we've had excitement working on this year is that we should start this dialogue at preschool. No later than preschool. If we really think we're going to change the employment rate for individuals, we should be having the dialogue no later than preschool, right, to really get ready and to work on all these skills. The dialogue that the expectation is you're going to go to work, you're going to go to college if you choose to do that, and you're going to graduate. And so that needs to start early. When you have those dialogues, we've had the privilege to start those conversations in Lodi this year, and it just changes parents' hope. They're excited. Our agency partners came together, the regional centers, and we should be talking about this with our children's unit. We have the Department of Rehabilitation that traditionally only served adults is excited to talk about preschool. Your whole community will come together to talk about this dialogue, but they have to be able to graduate to be able to do those things. We thank you for the opportunity.
Welcome. Thanks.
I'm Leela Rondeau. I'm coordinator of K-12 instruction for Division of Special Education in Los Angeles Unified. I'm also Region 16 ACSE rep for Special Education and Student Services Council. And while I have the mic, I just wanted to comment on the definite convergence here between when we're talking about access to a diploma and also MTSS, Universal Design for Learning, and mastery grading. I think that these things are all very, very linked together.
Nice. Thank you.
Richard Rosenberg, and as you heard, 35 years with Whittier Union, vocational coordinator, retired 2 years ago, but I am passionately involved in 2 of our largest federal grants, looking at transition, what are the variables, looking at Social Security issues. So I am still working at San Diego State, Cal State LA, and Chapman. But while I have the mic, Kristen Wright likes me to come to certain meetings, and we were in a meeting with all of the state directors. And the question came up, do we have to make a decision of this child being on a diploma or not on a diploma? And we don't have to make it at middle school. We need to make it in a course of study and in the transition plan, but we don't have to put April at anxiety level that your kid needs to be taken off a diploma. We need to put them on a certificate. Got to do functional skills. There is no law that says when we have to do it. Best practice is we're preparing for employment, college, let's make it happen. So while I had the mic, I had to say it.
Nice.
Thank you, Kristen.
I'm Sue Sawyer, and I'm the president of the California Transition Alliance. I worked for the County Office of Education in Shasta County for 25 years, and I attack this thing from a different perspective because I was the school to career coordinator. So we were initiating whole school engagement in career development starting in kindergarten. I know it can work.
Nice.
I have had that experience, and I will tell you I disagree with Richard. I think when the student starts the 9th grade, they need to have the course of study defined, and they're not going to get a diploma if we wait till later. So,
thank you guys. You are quite the powerhouse group together. Like, and clearly you have fun, which makes it exciting for us to engage in the content with you. Let's see. So we have Summer, Kayla, Janine, and David. Great.
I've been so engaged in the conversation. I hope I haven't lost what I put my hand up for. But I couldn't agree more about MTSS and UDL and mastery grading. I think that starts. Every administrator needs to have that conversation. I work in elementary, but I think secondary principals have a harder time with that conversation, and I would encourage all of them to engage in that process. I want to touch on something that was said about fairness, and I'm just going to use the public opportunity to say something that I've had incredible amounts of conversations with my own children about, who have some mild learning disabilities. One who attended my university, so we share that in common, top university in the country, and she's doing very well. But if I could have $1 for every time my daughter said to me that a teacher or a professor made her feel that her learning style was something that was unfair to the other students. And it just makes my blood boil when I think about it. And I taught her early and often how to advocate for herself and how to simply say, is it unfair to me that my brain just works a little bit differently than everyone else's, and that it takes me 3 times as long to do something as everyone else? And tell me how that's fair. So students have to learn to not internalize what we also readily internalize about the concept of fairness. Every human being is different, and it's not a matter of fair or unfair. And I think that every parent needs to be able to talk about that. Every administrator needs to talk about that with their staff, that no student, no person going through a K-12 education should be left feeling that something about themselves is unfair. That's not the role of an educator, and I feel so strongly about that. And I can say as a parent that those messages are internalized by every single student, and it is very hard to overcome. And, you know, I will shout out proudly that my daughter just attained an amazing job in a company that is rated Google's number 8th most difficult to get a job for, and her company's number 9th. 10 interviews later, she landed the job, and we went out to dinner and raised our glass and said, let's talk about what's fair. So she overcame it, and all students need to be able to overcome that.
Nice. Kayla.
Oh. Wow. You're definitely a powerhouse, and I'm proud to be sharing the room with you guys. One comment that you made in terms of the students, when you surveyed the students and you questioned them in terms of what's fair, and having coming from them that really it is an adult issue. It definitely is an adult issue. So as an administrator myself and as a parent myself, who I am going to take the time to share my first IEP in a kinder when my son was in kinder. He's now going into 7th grade, but when he was in kinder, I was asked, "What would you want for your son?" And I said, "I want him to go to college." And that IEP team said, well, I don't know if it was a team. I'm sorry. Well, not everybody gets to go to college, and we don't make, not everybody gets to go to college. That statement, he's a fourth, my fourth child, and so that never occurred to me that he had another option. College. My oldest decided to go to college, but it was his choice. So as adults, we don't get to make that decision, and expectation is up to the student, not the adults. So having said that, my question, and I know you mentioned that you have presented to different groups. Have you presented at ACSE?
We did to the special ed committee, yes.
Yeah, I think it's a general ed issue too, especially with the grading system. So I would love to, hear, yes. I
would also like to meet with the parent groups. I think the other thing that's really important to know is that the universities in California only accept 33% of the students based on GPA ranking if you go from high school directly to the university. So the university for all requires building several more campuses. Not sure that's going to happen, but only 33% of the students who graduate from high school are accepted at the university.
Great, thank you, Kayla. Janine, and then David.
I was just going to go ahead and say similar to what Summer did mention about the accountability, about engaging in those conversations with about early on within the MTSS, and just making sure of that, because teachers could not just say this child cannot do it, and then just to get them out of the classroom for whatever reason it is, getting that waiver or not putting them on those until they've tried something, because I think they all need to try before we move them up or move them down or however they move it.
Absolutely. Thanks, Janine. David.
So again, thank you for what you shared. I'm ready to wear a T-shirt or sign up or march, whatever. So curious about what we can do in terms of a call for action. But I also wanted to share a conversation we had at Superintendent Thurman's last special ed group. We were talking about transition and called out that if my team decides, including my parents, Dave is not on the diploma track, then I get all of these great functional living classes, and I learn how to use public transportation, do my laundry, cook a meal. But if I'm on a diploma track, we assume that, well, David took algebra, he can figure out, the laundry. And so just the importance of looking at what's good for all students is typically good for all students. And so a diploma track for students who are in a CTE program or maybe EL should also be applied to students who have disabilities, but also some of those same functional skills that come as a consolation prize to students who are not getting a diploma. All kids need to learn how to live independently and do some of those things. So I think that needs to be part of the conversation as well, so that we don't always look at special ed as the deficit model where what we're doing here is less than everything else. There's lots of good work here happening as well that could benefit all students.
One of the things that we created was the book, Transition Planning the Basics, and it's a guide to the legal requirements for doing a defensible IEP in the area of transition, but it also is full of best practices. And on the back of the book, there's a chart that says essential skills for all teens. We did a workshop last week for 2 days to really train people on how to use these tools. And the feedback from different people who participated was one person took this chart to her administrative team, including her superintendent, and said, there's not a student in this school that doesn't need to understand financial literacy, that doesn't need to understand what you do to get around a community. And so they started classes for all based on this chart. So, and the other thing is that there's a book called Getting Real, Helping Teens Find Their Future. And a person did a study on why so many students drop out of the university within the first semester. So of the 50% who drop out, 30% drop out within the first semester. And what he found was you have to have the academic skills for success. That's a given. But if you don't have a career focus, you don't know why you're there. So you give up. And if you don't have independent living skills and know how to manage your money and do your laundry and feed yourself, you're probably going to go back home. And those kids drop out within the first 2 weeks. So those essential skills, those living skills, are absolutely critical.
You can download those resources from the California Transition Alliance website. And the back of the book that has essential skills for all teens is just a great planning tool about what every student should, starting at preschool, what every student should learn.
Very nice. Havania?
I was going to ask you about that resource because I would like to have some of those resources for my student teachers and interns, because that's very important for me to have that in special ed core classes, or even in, hybrid courses for all student teachers and interns. Yeah. So can I have some of that?
As the Alliance, we have a horrible business model because we give everything away. And it's on our website, so it's downloadable and printable.
Nice. Very nice.
Yes, I'm trying to give mine up.
Yeah.
CaliforniaTransitionAlliance.org.
CATransitionAlliance.org.
Nice. Kristen, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was hoping maybe I could ask Liz to talk a little bit about, when we talk about all these policy level issues, we often think, is this really possible? Like, are we just saying this? It sounds great. I'm really into this, but can anyone really do it? And if they can't do it, what are the barriers that we need to help alleviate to do it? And so I was wondering if you, Liz, and then any of you the other folks can chime in too, can talk about, I'm picking on Liz because we just went for a visit there, where they had their teams from early childhood all the way through adult transition meeting together to truly backward map to preschool. And so they were literally doing what we talk about theoretically. And so I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about the impetus for that, and then also share what you've experienced through your sort of backdoor braiding of the funding streams to make one front door, and how that's affected your graduation rate for your students with disabilities. I know that's a lot of questions in one question.
We'll be calling out for pizza. It's really been an exciting year working, and I work for Lodi Unified, and I have the privilege, I say, of focusing on transition programs that Richard was talking about. So we started off a couple years ago of looking at, we had wonderful, strong programs in Lodi. We had California Promise that looked at Social Security. We had Big Workability that really was fully funded for every student, over 1,000 students in our district. We had the California Career Innovation. So we had a variety of really big grant programs. And so we had the opportunity with CDE and DOR, Department of Rehabilitation, to really say, what would we do if we really truly believed that we wanted to look at one student with the family totally involved, and look at one program and eventually one plan. There's all these plans as you move forward. So we really moved to a really student-focused, family-focused program. So we took all of those wonderful programs and tried it. I was like, oh, let's just try it. So July 1st, we opened the curtain. So in front of the curtain now, we took all of those programs that our community have known, Workability we've had for like 35, 36 years in the very beginning. So we took all those programs and we put them into one program. So now we're known as Lodi Career Connections to all of our families, all of our students, all of our businesses, everyone in Lodi. And, that paradigm shift was immediate. Right? It was immediate that they recognized, and we didn't tie it to special ed. We do have the privilege of serving 504 students through some of the other programs. And so when we opened that curtain, we're Lodi Career Connections. Behind the curtain, we had all these funding streams, which really families don't need to know about how I pay for programs. What we were able to do is open that door and look across at a parent and a student and say, what do you need and how are we going to make that possible? And through that, as we looked at all of that person and student-centered programming, how are we going to get you to graduate, go to work, go to college if that's an option, or whatever post-secondary. And I think that has definitely changed our graduation rate. It really almost was overnight. And and the businesses, you know, after they were trying to figure out what folder you have, you work here, you work all these other programs, to put them in one blended model has been amazing. So with that, which we truly believe is we have to start earlier. We have the privilege this year of we developed this matrix that blended all those programs together, and I can start a student in like 8th grade, 7th or 8th grade, and move, oops, my chair. I'm so short, my feet can't touch the ground. Very passionate. But, you know, we were able to start really early and take a student through all these activities that we could do with a student to help them graduate, go to work, learn soft skills, visit colleges. But when we looked at that and we were really doing that person-centered programming with families, even the parents came up with, we really started too late, even at 7th grade. So the families and our community came together and they were like, whatever you've been saying, we really do need to start no later than preschool. And so through that, we have had a couple of very strong meetings where we brought the regional centers together. We brought Department of Rehab, we brought community, we brought families, and there were families that left those first couple meetings changed. There was a parent who had 3 children on the spectrum, and she goes, oh, this is, you know, when she left, she's all over Facebook. She's like, this has totally changed and has given me new hope and passion. The regional center, they had sent their director, they sent somebody from the transition unit, they sent somebody from the children's unit. They were walking out the door. I think Sue came to that meeting to share what she had done years ago, right? And they're like, oh, never thought about talking to the transition unit, of going down and talking to the children's unit about graduating, of talking to those parents early. So, you know, it truly has changed. Kristen came to a meeting, and my chief business officer and my fiscal people, they are... our whole district was there, totally being transformed by the idea. And so now they're talking about starting inclusion all the way through all grade levels in Lodi, and starting with all kids. So they want to start next year with inclusion programs. We're talking general ed, special ed. Our goal is talking to all parents, all students, all administrators, so forth, is that our goal is you're going to be employed. Our ultimate goal is to be employed. And our ultimate goal is you're going to graduate and you're going to go on to whatever post-secondary college opportunities you want. But that's how you're going to change, I think, outcomes of when you start early. Imagine, April, if they started telling you that when your children were in preschool, where we'd be today. And today is still a great opportunity. But I think if we could start early and earlier is really how we're going to make the change.
If I can say this, even as of a month ago, I would get an IEP, and it would already be checkmark certificate. And every IEP I get from them, I tell them to remove that part. So I think back to what Miss White indicated earlier, do parents know? I find myself more educated in this community than most, and that doesn't say a lot. But even I'm overwhelmed when I'm sitting at IEP and I look at the paperwork and I'm trying to make sure that everything is correct, and then I see that it's checked. It's missed often. So parents don't know, because I've told them all along, take it off. But don't really know that it's possible that she can get her diploma either. Just take it off.
And I think the more and more that we can move to student-led meetings, right? Where even if you're a preschooler and you open the meeting saying, this is what I like, that changes that dialogue. And I tell my families, no matter what, you start off the meeting with the student doing a little bit at a time, and then you say, our goal is employment, and our goal is to graduate. And that sets the tone of the meeting. And we need to kind of get some keywords, for our families to be able to say that will change that paradigm.
Very nice. Well, thank you very much for coming as a group, right? Do you guys operate in a unit? You move in a unit?
Often.
Definitely appreciate that. I know that one of you has a flight to catch. The rest of you are welcome to stay and participate in a conversation with us. And so maybe I'll set up the conversation. You can add to it, and then you can make your mad dash. So you have a couple minutes. You just make your mad dash whenever you feel it.
If we could just have 10 more minutes, then we'll
roll it, and then we'll get it.
Oh, absolutely.
Some of us are still connected on getting out to the airport, so that's part of the challenge.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
And to start that, I think one of the things that Liz said, and I think I look at the families around this room, there's a concept called person-centered thinking, person-driven services. And I think we've had it in our state for over 30 years, but it's truly taking a life in that it's truly individualized, and it is the I in the IEP, or the I in the IPP, or the I in the IPE, which is employment. But I think person-driven, person-centered thinking is, what are your dreams, April, for your kid? What are her dreams, his dreams? What is it? What are the nightmares? How are we going to get there? Is a process that's huge. Many of you may not know, Regional Center has now opened the door for self-determination services. Self-determination is totally based on a person-driven approach. They have to have a person-centered plan to talk about what are my outcomes, what do I want to do, and it doesn't matter what their label is, segregated, not segregated, resource, none of that matters. Who is the kid, what are they going for, and what does that look like? So we're excited to be part of that too.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for that. So, commissioners, you've heard the challenges. You've heard the barriers that our current system raises for kids as they get older, and you're the experts. So I want to challenge you to break up into our policy group, and as you know from how we do this, we encourage the public to engage in the conversation with us, so we will move down to the tables. And I encourage you to come up with a recommendation for what you would like the superintendent and the policymakers to do. So that's a big question on this topic. What would the commission pose to the department in response to what you've heard? And you know, one thing right off the bat is the box that you just referenced. Why do we have the box? Do we need the box? I don't know. Something to consider. We don't need the box.
Okay, so
I think
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think the box is there because in 1998, IDEA specified it started at age 14.
Nice.
So you have to see what they're going to do.
Whether you've, yeah.
And it stayed on there. And so one of the things is having the choice made at the middle school probably isn't a good idea, but the other choice is the certificate should be that last resort and it should be a local issue. So do we need to have it on there at all is the question.
Very nice, very nice. So when we finish this item and then take our public comment, I would like to encourage you to move to the tables, engage with the public, and what are the recommendations that we would like I said, the superintendent and policymakers to do? What is the next step we need to see from them? And, you know, we're not looking for a full list, right? This seems pretty straightforward, and so eager to hear the feedback from you. So before we do that, why don't we take public comment? And Matt, do we have commenters?
We do.
Fantastic.
Sivan Corsel, Warm Line Family Resource Center.
Great.
Since Jane from PHP isn't here, I'm channeling her today. And so this is the part where Jane would say, because most of you are also professionals, we can't assume parents know any of this. We can't assume parents know even a tiny bit of this. Talking about longevity, I've been doing this job for 19 years, and I know that parents don't know this. So please, remember to refer parents to their parent training and information centers and their FECs, because this is what we do all day long. We assume parents don't know these details, and we're there to help them figure it out. Thank you.
Very nice. Appreciate you being here. Okay. Any other commenters, Matt? Okay, fabulous. Well, so then let's go ahead. I want to thank you, encourage you to join us in the conversation as well, if you're able. So commissioners, I'm going to hand it over to our trustee leader, Kimberly. Don't laugh, Kimberly. For the moment. And Kimberly is going to skillfully facilitate our conversation around what would we like to see the superintendent and policymakers do in this area. So let's take, as you transition to the tables, why don't we take a 10-minute break to make that transition happen? We'll meet back here at 4:30 to do a report out. Welcome back, commissioners. Thank you so much for that discussion. Kimberly, thank you for your facilitation. So let's go ahead and report out. Now remember, the charge was after hearing the presentation around some of the challenges associated with the certificate of completion and the idea around an alternate diploma as an expert body. What are we thinking? And I know that this is an issue that needs more time than a breakout group, but love to hear a little bit about the discussion and any recommendations that you have initially. So April, are you going to report out from the group for us?
Thank you. Great discussion. I'm going to read the bullet points, and then the team here can add to the great discussion we had.
Great.
And the bullet points that we came up with are: what is already in existence is open to all kids. Every student has the right to earn a diploma. Every student must have rigorous pathway to earn a diploma. The infrastructure of transition planning needs to be discussed. And then others exiting, possibly being grandfathered in.
Thank you so much, April. I know it's not easy to come up with specific bullets when you have a large group. Love to hear some additional color from the conversation.
So basically, they were very rich and great conversations, and it really boils down to looking at the whole system. And I think that what keeps ringing in my and coming back to my mind is equity and access for all. And if we really mean it, and if we really mean what we say when we say all, that includes students with IEPs. And it's not an option. It's every student, like the first bullet, in terms of having that right to a high school diploma. And however they get there, just like everybody else, it's important that we provide that as a right, not a privilege.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
I think we also had some great conversation and great input from the field regarding the concern of tracking, and that other subgroups who have been given rigorous but maybe less credit required pathways to diplomas. For example, our subgroup of foster youth, there is voice in the field that tracking could occur, and students have been pushed to graduation earlier than their senior year, sometimes as early as 16 years old. So I do think that as we explore this, we have to be cautious that we don't allow for a less rigorous pathway to be a tracking opportunity. But I do think that it sounds like there maybe were some pained discussions around the idea of the subgroup of foster youth having that ability, but it's here and it's available and it can be done. And so I think the conversation moving forward should be, how do we open up all of the pathways for all students? And then how do we, as the adults in the equation, deal with our own mindsets around tracking, and put in safeguards so that that doesn't happen. So that the access is there, but the tracking is not.
Nice. Great. So it sounds like you have provided us with a structure by which we can continue this conversation and come up with some more specific recommendations for the department at our next meeting. So maybe between now and our agenda building discussion tomorrow, you can think about who might be an additional voice to add to this conversation at our next meeting so that we can get into some of those specifics. Good. Great work, team. Yeah, Tavania.
So you said agenda building. I would like to see how many students with disabilities have access to the CTE pathway.
Okay, great question.
Dashboard, I think.
How many?
Oh, you can't see how many kids would know. Even if you go down.
You can't drill down to the.
Okay, great.
Have completed it? Really?
They have disabilities?
Yeah, as a subgroup.
You can find it.
I'll show you what I saw.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, thank you. Great question. All right. So we will continue this conversation and make sure it's represented in our agenda building for tomorrow. All right. Any other comments, thoughts, reactions, questions? You guys did good. I mean, I know we start early on these days. Well, you and your travel started early. And so engaging your brain to this extent this late. Oh, right. Well, I know some people had to start their travel early, right? I was thinking of Nikki, too, who leaves early in the morning to get here. And then some people, yeah, you are here early. Barbara, did you have a question?
No, I just like the way today just all sort of fit together, all the pieces fit together into one conversation, and then we sat as a group and had a really good conversation about everything we had heard today. And I think that this was a real positive day. Thank you very much for it. Not the other days haven't been, but I just think that this was one of our smoother days that really we all had a say in, and that was wonderful.
Good.
Thank you.
Oh, great. It takes a village, right? Matt, Kristen, all of the folks on the commission. Thank you. Great. Okay, well then let's move on then to, thank you for closing us that item out like that, Barbara. That was very generous. Item number 6, we're backtracking a little bit. Let's take our general public comment. Matt, do we have public commenters?
We have Kelly Connell-Sandler, California Teachers Association Liaison.
We don't start the clock till you get up.
That wouldn't be accessible.
That wouldn't be accessible, right? Did I just say?
Barbara.
Hi, what a great day to be here for everybody, huh? Great energy and really positive things. I just want to add to it because I have a happy thank you and we love you to Kristen Wright. Kristen gave up a weekend of her life to come down to State Council and speak to our special education committee that on our Saturday meeting, our work meeting. And I don't know, Kristen, if you know how warmly you were received, but I'm going to, by the end of it, you will. It was really wonderful, especially because you were being a mom that week and graduating a child and getting ready for big doings in college, et cetera. But it was definitely a welcoming, warm, inviting, we want to hear from you, we value your expertise, we value your input. It was an invitation to communicate with you. Your physical presence, and I can't count how many times today I heard you came to our meeting. You came, and that physical, that's what I always loved about Tony Thurman. My God, we asked him and he was always there. And it's the same kind of thing. When you are face to face with people and working with people, it makes such a huge difference. But you shared your personal story, and most of the people in that room, and it's a large room, the special ed reps that represent all the teachers from all over California, many of us wear two hats. Either we've been on both sides of the IEP in many, many cases, because a lot of times that's why people choose to be in special education, not always, but a lot of people could really empathize with what you're sharing. But the best part of all was that you really made it clear that you valued the voice of teachers and their experience, and that even to the point of in hiring practices, because very often we say, gee, the practitioners don't get a chance sometimes to have any input to decisions that are made, and where's the practical field experience of how this is hit. That hit really close to home. What you didn't really know is after you left, we all turned around and there was another question. Everybody said, well, there's 85 BFFs for Kristen Wright in this room now. And what you couldn't possibly know is that on Sunday we meet and there's a white book with all the consensus of each of the 28 subcommittees that we have, in addition to other stuff, budget, yada, yada, yada. But you roughly had about 1,000 BFFs by the end of that meeting. And I just want to applaud you and thank you sincerely for this, the sacrifice you made, personal sacrifice to come down. But I do want you to know it really paid off. It was healing and inspiring. So thank you. Yeah. Well, anyway, we were thrilled. And it was just really positive. And that happens to be, unfortunately, it's sparkling apple cider and not champagne, but that's our end of the year, and bid retirees farewell with cake, etc. And I think you were excited because everybody sees the bottles and thinks, woo! We go, nah. And I don't know why we're not on a school site. I don't know why it isn't champagne, but it isn't. So, okay, thank you so very much. Okay, thanks. And do you want me to be Ed while I'm up here? Yeah. Oh, God, yeah, because I asked Matt if he would please let me be Ed Amundsen for a moment and save myself some steps. Ed came here today, and he serves on the Diploma task force, et cetera, but he came in a different capacity, and Matt already kindly ran off for him the Council for Exceptional Children newsletter for you, but the one from NEA, because we have the CTA, and we even have our own lunch caucus at State Council of Educators, a subgroup. But then there's the California one, and then there's also the NEA one. And he brought it for you, and Matt ran it off. And but he couldn't stay, and I said I cannot do that as the CTA person, but I absolutely can try to represent under a separate category. So that's it, and please enjoy it. It's a very positive organization. I wouldn't be surprised if many of you already belong, but okay, thank you. That's it.
Great, thank you, Kelly. Okay, commissioners, we are at we are done with our items for today. It's been a great day. Thanks for all the engagement, the discussion, the accolades to each other. Just appreciate the work that you do. So with that, we will adjourn a little bit early today. We'll meet back here bright and early at 9 o'clock. And again, tomorrow is one of those days that I know that we all look forward to because we have programs come. And so it'll be the Goal Award tomorrow. So I'll see you bright and early in the morning. Have a great night.